There, we are now running.
All right. So, yeah, I think our last little bit was actually in the morning, and you guys were talking about what you wanted to do, and you had decided that that you wanted to look into this potential job opportunity regarding this silver shipment that had been stolen while en route to a local merchant in town. Um, so yeah, I think it's probably late morning, like maybe 10 o'clock. Um, and you've all finished your breakfasts. You've gotten ready. You've done what you need to do to set out and do what you want. Um, and like the atmosphere around the house is one that you've been getting used to. Um, I'll comment on the goblin situation because it certainly started to come to maybe a little bit of a head in that Captain Nor, kind of begrudgingly stayed here. Um, it's been very obvious that his power base was all about keeping his people together and surviving, and uh, you guys own the place. Uh, people survival is like it's very questionably dependent upon him now. Like people are no longer looking to him as a leader, and it's like yeah, you can see that he's been trying to assert leadership over the other goblins. And he's been definitely trying to talk many of them into leaving and going off and getting back to the sea and going to find another boat. But there's been a lot of grumblings, and a lot of them don't want to go. Um, and I think like yeah, before you guys leave in the morning, um, you you I think you're approached by Sarcasmos Telemon, um, and it looks like he has something he wants to say, but he doesn't come out and say it immediately. Like he's not sure how to say it, or maybe he's uncomfortable.
Ah, the Cosmos. You look as
Uh,
if
uh,
you look as if you have something to say.
yes, Master Tell. Well, we've been here for a couple of weeks, and Captain Nor was really wanting to get everyone on the move. But not everyone wants to go. They got really tired of the whole high seas thing after being stranded on the island for some odd 4 years.
Who can blame them? I mean, I I don't remember much about the island, but I don't think we were there very long, and I don't think it was very pleasant.
You could say that. Well, uh, a lot of them they kind of like it here. Uh, I mean, like, there's not a whole lot of goblins in Arkfall, but I mean, the people here haven't been that bad. I mean, like, there have been worse places, and it's nice and sunny here. No jungle panther attacks carrying people off in the middle of the night.
Oh, that is a definite bonus, I would say.
Uh, but the thing is, Captain Nor is the one with all the gold. Nobody else really has any money. Uh, I I'm not really sure how to say this.
Are you requesting employment for your comrade?
He looks at you a little bit relieved, like like you're figuring out what he wants to say, and he kind of nods and he says, like they need somewhere to stay and they need some way to make money, and they're not going to be able to stay without Captain Nor. One second, my phone is ringing. I'm really sorry.
Yep, I hear it. What do the others of you think about employment for the goblins while the DM is busy?
All right, sorry, I'm back.
It's a short phone call.
Yeah, it was just a very brief question. Um, channeling Sarcasmos. I mean, I would really like them to stay. Like you
I
see his
believe such a thing
eyes.
might be possible. I mean,
You
it
see
is
his
a rather
eyes.
large guild, and it is currently very empty.
I mean, they could be they could all be really useful. I mean, we weren't there in the village very long, and I guess you don't remember it. But I mean, we built that thing into the side of a cliff. Everybody knows how to carry their weight.
Perhaps this could be possible. As you know, at least as you know, currently the coffers are quite empty. We are going to rectify the situation, but well, upon our return, quite much could be possible with such gold.
He looks very relieved. He says, so
One can only buy so many swords, eh?
so I could tell the people that they could stay.
I will have to consult with my companions, but I believe that is true, at least with my vote.
He looks very relieved. Um, you see his eyes like cut across to like one of the hallways where one of the goblins is walking across like through the hall.
Personally, I don't remember much about the island, but I remember something about a chain around someone's neck at a certain captain, I think, maybe, possibly.
Ah, yeah, that would be Captain Pleta. Yeah, Captain Nora's woman.
Ah,
It's kind of funny. She's the whole reason we got stuck on the island.
I suppose that is quite a story.
I could always challenge him for dominance of the tribe.
Ah, Krios.
Krios, like I think Krios. Do you look up from like a table
And much
as you
gold.
tear off like
Yeah,
a
as I
bit
tear
of
off a
meat
chunk of
from
meat.
a bone? Okay. Like Sarcasmus puts his hands up. He says, "Ah, it's quite all right. Oh, long-toothed one. Very, very, very fine. No need for decapitation."
But, and I took another big bite.
I'm sure Captain Nor will see reason. He's a reasonable captain.
In the future DM, that is one of the advanced moves I can take.
Perhaps he could see reason. If he doesn't, I'm gonna hold a little fireball in my hand. There's always other options.
Like you see his eyes kind of, like you can see the reflection of the fireball in his eyes, and you see a very conflicted look in his face. It's hard to tell what.
I would
And
prefer not, of course, but I just frown upon others being forced against their will to do things they do not like.
all right, well, I'll go tell the others. Thanks, and he scampers off down the hall. So do you guys
Krios,
set out
have
to?
you seen Padine and Regan? We need to consult with them about this as well.
Dean was going to the bar last I looked.
This early in the morning.
Hey, Star, was there anything unusual about that pack of arrows? I have it noted down as 3 of 4 from before.
Pack
Bundles
of
of arrows
arrows?
usually 3? For my elven bow that I had on my cart.
Oh, you had elven arrows. There were elven arrows. Elven arrows typically come in a bundle of 4 per one weight instead of a bundle of 3. They're lighter.
Can they be used in a regular bow?
Yeah.
They're just more finely crafted arrows, so you fit more in a bundle.
Elven craftsmanship and all. Yep.
Yeah,
Cool.
they're actually worth more. Like I was saying before, 3 normal arrows are worth 1 coin. A bundle of 4 elven arrows are worth 20.
Ooh, interesting.
Quite a price gap there.
Yep.
All
Hey,
right.
for
So,
capacity.
so speaking of that, at some point, Regan will go out and mess with his cart in the middle of the night, and hear him kind of prying open a couple of the crates, and then he will come
Did
in,
you have anything particularly valuable in your cart?
like
like,
bow and
gold?
the arrows. Just the bow
Okay.
and the arrows in the crate in the back, and that's it.
All right, yeah, they're still there then.
Yes, I'll go out, probably pry open a crate, and I'll bring in a bundle of elven arrows and give them to Padine for the use with Stormcrow in case it comes to that. Don't know what effect that might have, but
Cool. It's got 3 or 4 ammo in there.
that's correct.
Thank you.
They have three shots remaining, but these are elven arrows. Should their need become required?
Did you really go to this bar earlier in the morning, Padine? Because I'd go find you.
No, I'll be coming downstairs from my room.
Maybe I was mistaken.
You know, like maybe he just doesn't know what the bar is.
He thinks the bar is the outhouse.
I think I heard my name.
Ah, Padine.
Yes.
It seems that the goblins will about desire employment at the guild house.
Oh, perfect. They can watch it while we're away on the looking for this silver that was taken from the mine,
Yes,
or taken from
Perhaps so.
the merchants who carry it.
I'm sure they might clean it up just as a matter of course. I wouldn't want dirty surroundings, but we will have to pay them, of course, when we come back. This is a fair understanding.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of them.
I do not know if all of them will stay, but some that will.
Where will the others go?
I believe there's a certain captain among them. At least I hear he's a captain. I don't remember much about him. I do remember a certain chained woman, but other than that, that's all I know about him. He does... I don't know what his character is, but he will probably take some of them with him.
Ah,
Those that wish to stay, of course, can. My opinion.
alrighty. Do you want me to speak with the captain?
You can if you wish to. I think he's been causing some ruckus recently, I think. Or
But I said we
something
need
to
to
that
go
effect.
out and get some coin on an adventure.
And we will, Krios. There's probably like, no more than maybe an hour to do things in the morning, because it will be off.
Okay.
Have you seen Regan?
In the crypt.
Why did I ask?
All right, so I'll go speak to the captain.
I shall
Yeah,
go
so
speak to
you-
Regan then.
You find Captain Nor, and like I don't have a drawing of the villa yet, but the villa is roughly H shaped. With the main part of the villa is like the connecting line between the two parallel lines. Captain Nor seems to have taken over like one of the outer edges of the H. You guys probably haven't seen a whole lot of him. His lackey, Neck, he's officially Nor's cabin gob and assistant. And Blun, the first mate, like they kind of just stick around him all the time. You probably haven't seen a whole lot of them, but occasionally you'll see Blun wandering around curiously. And a lot of the goblins seem to have like kind of taken to this area of the villa. You start walking into what is essentially goblin territory now. You see I guess rags or sheets that have been hung up to like give privacy barriers between like different little sleeping areas. They like you guys have only been here a little while, and the sleeping quarters for them are still very primitive. But like when you get towards Nor's room, like he has a full room to himself. He has the nicest bed available. It occurs to you like maybe this might have been up in Telemon's room at one point, and it might have like somehow found its way down here. Inside, like at a desk in front of a fire, is Captain Nor. He's got like his tri-cornered hat on with a red plume. He seems to be writing. There's a couple of goblins hanging out in the room as you pass through the halls and enter the room. Like several people stare at you. Like a few goblin children peek out from goblins peek out from beneath the sheets of their privacy little hangars. And you enter and you see kind of the distinctive red hair of the goblin woman that he keeps all the time with him. She's actually like you're a well-traveled person, so you've probably
Yeah.
seen a lot of goblins. She's actually an extremely notably attractive version of a goblin. Um, uh, like smooth, like light green skin, long, lustrous red hair, and all the goblins seem almost in awe of her. You know she's Captain Pleta, but you don't really know a whole lot about her. Um, he always keeps like her wrists manacled, and he kind of leads her around on a chain. And when he sleeps, it's obvious that uh, there's like a part of like a bedpost that he basically keeps her chained to. But like she seems to walk around with kind of like a disinterested, bored look, like almost as if she's about to yawn. She doesn't look like she's like terrified or cowed or anything. It looks like she's just kind of like bored. And you walk into this environment.
Hello, Captain Nor. How are you doing?
Yes. You are the bard, are you not?
I am.
What what can what can Captain Nor do for you today?
Oh, I have expected them to say, "Sing me a song."
Yeah.
That might be later.
Well, we seem to find ourselves in an interesting position now. We've been reunited with one of our compatriots, Regan, recently, and we've seen a change in Telemon, probably for the good. He seems much more adventurous and ready to get out into the world, and that's kind of how we all feel. We need to get out and adventure away.
You
Bring in
see,
some income to our guild hall here.
You see his eyes are like already starting to glaze over as you're talking about Regan and Telemon. Like maybe he doesn't even really know specifically who they are. Um, you hear income and like heading out to adventure, and that gets his attention a little bit more. And he says, "Oh, so you'll be leaving the villa then? Oh, yes, this is most unfortunate, but your stay here was most welcome, I can assure you."
Yes, and that brings me to a question I've heard from around that you might be considering leaving, going back to the seas at one point, perhaps.
Oh, well, yes, but he kind of looks around and he says, if you are leaving, who would take care of who would take care of the villa? It would be a shame to leave such a place untended to. I would of course be my skills would be wasted here, but I'm willing to make the sacrifice.
Ah, so you're offering to, in essence, manage the villa while we're away.
Oh God.
So, well, you would be coming back then.
That's highly
I-
likely, hopefully.
I thought you were.
funds,
I
hopefully.
thought you said you were leaving to go off on an adventure.
Yes, we'll use this location as, in essence, a home base, a way to make a reputation in this land and have others come
I
and hire us
see.
for different adventures.
I see. You definitely get the impression that he was like looking to definitely just like scoop
Take
up
over.
the villa.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thought had occurred to me that we could perhaps see ourselves back at sea. Like now that you're starting to like say that you're not going to leave, like he starts to change his tune almost immediately.
Yes.
Padine, you've interacted with so many people; it becomes very clear to you that he just wants to go where he will be in power.
Gotcha. Who all would be leaving with you, may I ask?
Oh, of course, the entire crew of the Bortron Bay and the Soundless. And he kind of like gestures towards the goblin woman who's just, like seated somewhere nearby on maybe like a footstool, and she just kind of like rolls her eyes.
Really? Both crews?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they would love nothing more than to come with me and once again wreak havoc upon the high seas. Once
Ah.
privateers, always privateers.
You think that's wise to have two different crews under two different captains?
Two different caps. My boy. He kind of like talks down to you, and he sits up and he starts pacing around the room. His arms behind his back in a very Napoleon sort of mannerism, or one arm behind his back. He says, "I captured the second crew, and I've led them for 4 years now." He gestures towards Pleta. Pleta here, former captain of the Soundless, was one of the most feared pirates on the North Mirror Sea. But she could not outmatch my wits. No.
Is there an eye roll associated with that?
Oh God, yes. There's like an eye roll that is visible from outside of the room. And when we crashed upon that horrid island, everyone looked to me for leadership.
I see. Even the crew of the Soundless?
Well, of course, they had no choice. They were but pirates, and they had been beaten. We had already taken the ship.
But you were shipwrecked on an island. You all had to come together or divide and die, perhaps.
There's a moment where he looks at you and he says, "Do you not get UPN? Have you ever seen the voyages of the Star Trek Voyager?"
Yes, this is what I'm kind of playing on, actually.
he doesn't say that, but
What was that other group? The terrorist group called? What were
the
they?
Maquis.
The Maquis under
Yeah.
Chakotay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's I think maybe you might have talked to the goblins enough to realize that the crew of the Soundless is far less in number now than the crew of the Bortran Bay. There's probably like far fewer of them. You don't know whether or not that had to do with the boarding action where they initially captured the Soundless, or maybe they had been executed over time due to disobedience.
Last sacrifice to Panthers / whatever.
Slash sent out on dangerous missions into the jungle and never returned.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to work
But
it up.
you, Padine, can very, very easily piece together like this kind of person and the sort of situation that he's put together for himself.
Yes. Let's see here. I'll ask him. Should I be? I'm going to be very, very frank with you, Captain.
Oh, here we go.
How can I get you to leave with your crew, but allow the crew and the captain of the Soundless to remain here?
Up, leave Pleta. He just laughs. You couldn't get me to do such a thing. He laughs.
There's
Are you
no
absurd?
way?
She is my woman. You'd have to buy me a new ship. He just laughs again, and he looks over at her, and he's like, another roll of the eyes.
So you think that you would be able to command both crews without any problems? None of your crewmates would wish to stay here instead.
Oh, surely not. They all have the utmost confidence in Captain Nor.
Even if I've heard otherwise?
Who have you heard otherwise? He turns around and he squints at you.
Oh, I won't name any names. I've just
Was it that
heard tell.
traitorous mage?
I will not mention any names. I've just heard tell.
Talamon.
No. Heard told.
I couldn't resist.
Yeah, exactly.
Such comments must be misheard and idle banter. The crew has utmost comments. Isn't that right, Neck? And like the Neck is a smaller goblin, obviously
Yes, boss,
malnourished.
yes.
Yeah, that's Neck. Like Foster can be neck.
Yes, man, huh?
Oh God, yes. He's the cabin
Mr.
boy.
Shmee.
Not very intelligent. Like one eye a little bit bigger than the other.
So when will you be departing with both these crews?
Well, when we are good and ready. There are still things we must do, plans we must make. I must make contact with contacts back at sea. Yes. He turns back to the window and he strikes a pose.
The Captain Morgan pose, huh?
Yeah, very very similar. He's not hiking his leg up, but he's got his hand behind his back again. Um, it's clear that he has like almost no idea what he really wants to do.
If I could secure you a ship for just your crew, would you be willing to leave the crew of the Soundless here?
Ah, he just looks at you and he says, why are you so interested in the crew of the Soundless?" He turns back, and you can consider this his response to your frank and openness.
Gotcha. Well, I just see it as the goblins here have all been great helps and know the layout of our villa already. You seem to be wanting to get back to sea, so it just makes sense to me that you and your crew go back to sea, and the crew of the other ship that might not want to follow all of your commands for one reason or another could stay here with us.
Preposterous. They all want to come with me. Ask any one of them, even the young goblins. Who wouldn't want to follow Captain Nor into glorious battle? He just once again turns back. You get the idea that he's pretty much done with you.
Okay. Maybe a parlay with him once I have the access to a ship, if at all possible.
Well, I mean, like, if you're willing to spend several thousand gold on getting him a ship, even though
Probably
you're
below my price
like in a very landlocked part of the continent, it definitely seems absurd to you to get him a ship. Like, you would have to go into great debt. That's worth
Yes.
as much or probably more than the villa.
Alrighty, I'll leave it at that then.
Yeah,
By your leave, Captain.
I would say it occurs to you, and he says, "Yes, very well." And he kind of raises an arm over his shoulder. It definitely occurs to you that you're gonna have to find some way, other way to roust Captain Nor from
Yes.
his comfortable settings.
Yes,
Either to do it forcefully or to change, the outlook of the goblin community.
Yes. I have expect to return to embattlements and fortifications. And the door is barred from our
Out of
entry.
character, this is what usurper is for.
Yes.
All right.
When you prove yourself superior to a person in power, take +1 forward with their followers, underlings, and hangers-on.
Yep.
I'll return to Telemon and Krios and say, Captain Nor is quite full of himself, but he seems like he's going to have all of his crewmates follow him when he does leave, which I can't
Regan's
get too much of
probably,
an indication of when that might be.
Regan's probably walking into the room covered in dirt at this point and gives you the arrows and
Oh, thank
asks
you,
you
Regan.
asks you to fill him in on the situation. Not sure what you would tell him.
All right, I'll tell him that I had the conversation with Captain Nor. Right, I'm saying that right?
Yep, Captain Nor.
And seeing if some of the goblins would be able to stay and some of the goblins leave. That didn't go too well, as the captain seems intent on keeping all the goblins together under his command, as he's pretty full of himself and wants to have all the goblins follow him.
Regan is going to kind of lean down, look at the Sarcasmus if he's here, and ask him, who they would follow if they could choose a leader.
Yeah, I guess you could probably wait for Sarcasmos to return. He comes back in and you ask him this. He says, well, I don't know that they want to follow anyone. I mean, many have great respect for Captain Pleta. She kept a lot of the camp together.
Wonder why.
Regan's gonna ask if he can go grab her for a moment and rejoin
grab-
him here.
Grab her? No, she doesn't.
I was under the impression.
No, not
that,
grab her physically. I mean, bring her here.
I was under
He
the
is
impression
more the
that
captain's slave, I think.
She does
yeah,
not leave.
She goes where the captain goes.
Yes, she does not leave the captain's presence.
Oh,
he
I
looks
followed it
he looks very dour about this.
I'm going to look at him again for a second, then ask who else they might follow. Is there anyone they follow?
Well, I mean, there's Blan. He says this with like like a little bit of not disgust, but like he's talking about an imbecile.
I can hear the dubiousness in the comments.
He's technically the first mate of the Bortran Bay. Technically.
Again, we'll cut him off and say that I'm not asking who is in charge. I'm asking who should be in
somehow
charge.
get the impression that first mate is more like first lackey in this statement.
Do you say that?
Yes. Assuming he's not in the room, I may miss something.
Yeah. He kind of gives you a nod.
Reed's definitely going to ask him who is not who is in charge, but who should be in charge of their number.
He just shrugs. I mean, Pleta's really nice.
Who do you think would be best at watching the guild house in our absence and protecting it?
Well, I mean, Captain Nor, he got everybody together and he kept order. There were kind of a few less gobs for that. He kind of mutters under his breath. But, I mean, Captain Pleta was the one who really kind of dealt with everything behind the scenes.
Maybe it's my opinion, but if we have to deal with one of the pirate captains, I think we'd rather deal with the fiery red-headed captive than the...
Just don't call
currently-
Captain Nor a pirate. He's very fond of the term privateer. He's legal.
Very well. But he does not seem to be the most trustworthy of the bunch, as it were.
So it is an insult to him. I shall take note of this. I'd have no idea what... I know not what this word means, but if it is an insult, I shall take note of it.
Perhaps we could call him a rapscallion instead.
Sarcasmos just kind of shrugs at you. He looks back and forth between all of you like he doesn't really know what you want to do.
I think for now we should leave Captain Nor in charge. When we return with hopefully some income, maybe things will change as they see us in the money, so to speak.
Are you
Regan
leaving
looks
right
up to
now?
you.
Follow us.
Regan
I
looks up
thought
to
you were
and-
going to go talk to that guy who bought the silver.
Yes.
You have
That's
to
what
indeed
I'm
do
about
that first. I believe his name was,
I didn't write it down. Start with a B, I
Lurin
think.
Azure Silk.
And thus the handout comes into the fore.
Play.
Yes.
Seems to be an elven silversmith in town.
Well, shall we go?
Yes.
Well, I'll try to hold things down here. Sarcasmos says, "Don't leave town without me, master." He kind of calls after Tell.
We'll swing back by after we get the information from the elf.
I'll make sure they don't eat the turtle.
That would be most appreciated.
Regan's not confident that our stuff's just not going to be sold for this guy's entertainment.
It's a good thing
Good
you locked
diploma.
up that deed tome on.
I can imagine so. there an arcane lock spell in this universe?
There probably is, yes.
I think Regan's gonna have a talk with the good captain before we leave.
Before you leave town or before you leave the house.
Before we leave town. I don't
Okay.
think he's gonna destroy the place in a few hours, but before we leave, I definitely want to.
That's what you think.
All right.
We
We gotta
return
talk
to
to
a
this
burning
person.
villa.
Regardless, we should
Perhaps
go.
I shall remain here to make sure
Let's just
that
go
he
talk to
doesn't
this
burn the
person
village
about
down while we're
coin
gone, eh?
for retrieving his coin. Question mark.
Got two at once there. What was that?
So we should go talk to this man about, or this woman about coin,
Yes.
or for retrieving her coin. Question mark.
Is Lauren a male or female?
Probably a female. I
DM
think.
said guy, I believe.
Really? Okay.
So you four leave and make your way over to the market to go try to find your potential employer.
What I said over
Yeah,
top
so-
of Foster's, perhaps I will stay at the villa just to make sure things don't burn down in a short period of time. I highly doubt we need
Really?
4 people to talk to the
Brash
man.
young tell. Think about that.
Perhaps not. That's true.
Old tell would. But no.
Onward then.
That was much better. All right. So you make your way towards the market. It's not bustling. It never bustles here, unfortunately. You pass a few merchant shops that are
I've
looking
never
a little bit
seen
downtrodden.
so many people in a close, dense area.
Yeah, to you though, it's like it's claustrophobic and there's like people everywhere. You pass like a particularly busty, curvaceous woman.
There.
Her breasts are like basically hanging out of her clothing.
Oh, as a note, does the safe have a key?
Yes, you have that on you.
Okay.
Like she calls after the group, and I assume there's probably like a moment where everybody has to drag
Drag
Krios
Krios away.
along.
Krios.
There'll be time for that in the future, Krios.
And you make your way to Silver Silk Fine Crafts, where you have eventually put together is the location of the guy who was supposed to receive the ore shipment. So I guess it's on the southeast side of the market. There's a shop with kind of like a glass multi-paned window. Outside there is like a hanging metal sign, and it proclaims it to be the Silver Silk Fine Crafts. And standing just like on the I guess like the door is not just on the flat of the wall, like there's kind of a stoop. Leaned up against the wall is a tall leather-clad orc woman with a very, very large hammer, like war hammer, strapped across her back. She's got her arms folded across her breasts. She's got dark brown hair, like the sides of her head are shaved, and like the top of her head is like pulled into a like kind of a war ponytail or something. And she kind of like she takes you guys in as you approach.
Lurin Azursilk, I presume?
She just kind of snorts, and she like points a
think
thumb
that's
inward
correct.
to the shop.
Okay. We'll go back there then.
So who might
Yeah.
you be, milady?
Turn grab.
A smith,
I'm the
I see.
muscle. Don't cause any trouble in there.
Well, we have no intention of causing any such trouble.
We've come to fix them, hopefully.
Regan's gonna be kind of staring off into space, clearly more things on his mind than what's in front of him.
Who has the highest charisma score?
It's probably Padine.
I would bet
but let's
that's
see.
Padine.
Give me who has the statistically
Padine
highest
has the highest
raw.
of 18.
I do.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
Not
she
nice.
gives you kind of like a look over Padine as you walk by, but I think like everybody actually has kind of a fairly high charisma.
I don't know if Krios does.
Well, Krios doesn't, but he is very muscular. We actually talked about this. Like the reason he doesn't have a high charisma is he's just really poor with people.
Yeah.
She doesn't give him like an appreciating glance, but like she definitely like takes in and like notices the muscles as he walks past into the shop. Krios, you definitely notice that she is well muscled and has a very fantastic set of womanly assets.
Give her a long look as I walk by.
Yeah, like you give her like an intentionally long look, and she just kind of like returns the look at you, like like not necessarily like a "what are you looking at," but she like a very bold, just like yeah, I can stare at you too. And you guys enter the shop. The door doesn't close. Like it's very apparent that she can keep an eye on you as you're in the shop. And you enter, and there's kind of like an L-shaped counter on the far end. There's a couple shelves. And let me see if I can find a little bit more appropriate music. You enter. There's not a whole lot actually on display. But what is on display here is definitely kind of higher end fine work. There's a shelf with kind of like silver goblets and plates near a door that leads to the back. Again, not a whole lot of them. And you see like a large platter here. Like it's definitely like kind of a fine goods store. Most of it seems to be having something to do with silver work.
Why would you want stuff made of silver? Such a weak metal.
Yes, but it's very
But
decorative.
it's quite pleasant to look at, our friend Krios.
Biggin
Krios
will,
does
put
not
his-
understand this at all.
Will put his hand on the side of Krios and say that to some, silver is more deadly than steel.
I'm glad somebody brought that up. So, like on the other end of the counter, kind of leaning down and looking into a book, is kind of like a golden tanned elf. He's got golden hair. It's not very long. It's kind of mid length. And you're making your way to him. You definitely notice this is kind of an unusual sight as you walk over. On the wall over the over the counter are a pair of swords hanging on display. One of them is obviously like a finely wrought steel saber, and the other one is more of kind of like a traditional long sword. Both of them are definitely finely crafted and not something you would expect to find in like a fine goods store, especially one of a silversmith. You approach, and Lurin Azure Silk raises his head and he greets you, and he says, "Oh, hello there. So many people entering my shop today. How can I help you all?"
Oh, we've come to hopefully help you.
Hear about a job.
Yes, the
Indeed.
reward for the silver that was stolen.
You found it?
No, we want to investigate it and just came here to ask you some questions.
Ah, the intelligence sort. Well, what can I tell you? Most unfortunate business. He gets like a dark look on his face. And
While
he
we're talking,
motions
I'm
you all
examining
to
those
move
swords.
closer.
Like just like looking up at them.
Yeah.
Well, first a little history about your dealings. The Nander mine is where the silver was coming from.
Oh yes, indeed. I have an arrangement there with the pleasant orc that owns the mine, Lumatar. He uh, he gives me quite a deal in bulk every year of unrefined ore. I have a deal with someone else to melt it down, and I get it for quite a good price. He doesn't do a whole lot of business in Arnhem. He kind of like motioned just out the window. So he's happy for the business in this region.
Ah, let's see. And you trust him with your business dealings in the past?
Oh, absolutely. He's been forthcoming. I think this is our fifth year dealing in such bulk.
He's never had silver shipments gone missing before in some way with any other dealers?
Well, not that I've heard. There's always he looks definitely concerned. There's always trouble upon the roads. You can only help so much. This is the first I've ever heard of anything like this, though. It's certainly odd.
Yes.
Have you? How much have you heard of the story?
Not a lot, just that your guards did not detect anybody coming in. They left no trace, didn't make any sound, and made off with a bunch of silver. Is that correct?
Whoever it was, well, it's an unfortunate business. Unfortunately, Lumatar, his reputation may be sullied. I'm convinced that he is not behind it, but in such an area where business is hard, it may be hard for him regardless. And one person is already paid with his job, unfortunately. Uh, the specific nature makes it seem as many people believe that it was an inside job. They did not notice that the shipment had been tampered with until delivery. Unfortunately, the cart arrived with its guards, and we everything was normal. We went to open it, and it was filled with rocks.
Hmm.
Highly unusual. Very embarrassing.
Yes.
Highly costly mistake.
Was the silver investigated before it was carted away from the mine?
Yes. The lead of the caravan guard. Is it a caravan if it's only one?
Not usually.
Wagon
It would-
shipment?
I guess
Just be a one shipment.
I guess the lead wagon guard assured me that it had been checked before leaving, and it had been checked midway through the trip. The chests were each locked, or the chest was locked, and there it was locked when they arrived. Most baffling.
Friend Smith, I
Yes.
do you? I am a wizard of great renown around these
Oh,
parts.
really?
Do you know if anyone has checked the cart for magical temperament or something of that nature recently? It occurs to me, in particular, what was done with the chest of rocks after it arrived.
His brow furrows and he says, "Well, I still have the chest. I don't know if anyone checked for anything magical.
It
That
occurs to me that there are such things as spells of seeming. Perhaps they merely made them appear like rocks, so you would throw them out and then collected them at their leisure afterwards.
oh, that would have been a very clever thing." He looks at you and he definitely like he's looking at you and he's giving you kind of like a look of appreciation, like you are a very clever person. Says, but no, I have the chest back in my storehouse still. But
If you
no,
would like, I
to
could
the best
perhaps
of my
detect
knowledge,
for-
no one checked it for magic. We don't have a lot of wizards in these parts.
So I have seen to see. So it seems.
I have yet to see very many around these parts, though it is quite convenient for my purposes.
You say you're
my
well
name-
known.
my
Have,
name
have
is-
I heard you?
Ah, yes.
Heard of you?
I am Telemon Daris. I'm the new owner of the RS Villa just up upon the hill.
He's sometimes known as Telemon the Red.
Indeed.
Tell him on the red. Yes, I believe I have heard of you. I did not imagine you so young, though. It's fascinating to have one of your stature here.
Indeed.
Reagan's going to step up and say, "You do not think such a powerful wizard would age as poorly as the rest of us, do you not?"
He looks at you, and he looks like very briefly apologetic, like he doesn't know what he's apologizing for. And he says, "Oh well, no
Oh,
offense."
There's no need for that, good man. No offense was taken. But if we could perhaps see the wagon in question, there may be some lingering evidence of magic if it was tampered with.
Well, I certainly do not have the wagon anymore, but I have the chest. The wagon was of course not mine.
Ah, I misunderstood that. But
The
chest
guards
may still have
returned
magic
back
about it.
to Nandur some 2 days ago. At least most of them.
Perhaps we
Very
shall
unfortunate
investigate
business.
that upon our arrival. Assuming the same wagon is used both all the time. I don't know if it is or not. It seems to be a small company, I believe, that you had shipping it. So perhaps it was the same wagon. We will investigate that when we arrive. But
Well,
now,
let me take you to it. Turin. And he leans over from the counter and raises an arm. Turin, and the orc leans in. Will you be a dear and watch the shop, please? I'm taking these fine gentlemen back to the store. They're here to look into the silver shipment. And she just kind of grumbles something and steps in. He leads you out the back, through the back door into a small corridor. It's obvious that down one end is some interior spaces, maybe a workshop and an office, and then down another through another door, you basically get into a very small warehouse. There's a door that opens up to the outside, although it's closed. There's some shelves in here. It's fairly empty in here. It's fairly dusty. And he leads you to a wooden chest that is sitting kind of by itself in the dirt near the exit.
ah, this is the chest then?
Is there anything unique about it at all, or is it just a regular?
It looks like every other chest you've ever seen. Maybe a tad bit more secure than most. It's just not like it's made of steel. It's just it's fairly well made. It's a box shaped, rectangular, fairly good, iron reinforcement and lock on it.
I've known of some merchant classes to use significant types of unique markings on their chest. That way, this would less likely happen. Some kind of special molding, a mark of some kind that is hard to reproduce. So that way you know if it's the same chest or a different one that's been traded out in the future, of course.
You think the chest itself was traded? Oh, that's
Could have been.
Reagan's going to ask the owner if she would be
He.
interested in.
He.
Or I'm sorry, I don't know why I said she. If he would allow us to take the chest with us back to our guild hall, not with any contents, but for closer inspection.
Oh, I have no use of it. You're feel free to take it with
Box
you.
of rocks. Yes, take the
It-
box of rocks.
It simply has rocks. As you can see yourself, you're
While they're
Feel
talking,
free to
I'm
open
gonna
it.
begin trying to detect magic upon it.
okay. Let's get a roll from you for detect magic and tell me. I guess do it first, and then you can tell me how you do it.
And 7. I will forget the spell. It's a bit early, I think.
Okay. And how do you choose to detect magic?
By sight.
That's a sound plan. All right, so you look before you. and you see no obvious signs of magic.
I look
You,
inside just to be sure.
Yeah, you open it up. You see the bottom is filled with a bunch of dark rocks. Like you kind of tow the chest a bit to gauge its weight. It seems like there's probably like 80 pounds or so of rocks in here. Hard to gauge. Like it seems like he probably bought like a lot of silver, or maybe a little bit more. And yeah, you're not getting any magic from it.
Well, I can tell you, my friend, that I do not believe there's any signs of magic about the chest, so we can rest assured about that. Nor its contents.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Yes, it is good in one sense. I mean, you still had the rocks. If
You still don't
if
have
they were
silver.
magically camouflaged, you would have the silver now, yes? So, it's only partially good.
Ah, that is true.
Yes.
Merely one more concern that's not on the list.
Are the locks on it pretty secure? My character doesn't know about locks, I guess. I'll ask. Are these locks used by many different merchants in the area?
Well, it's
Could
my
they easily be
understanding that this is it's my understanding that this is the sort of chest and lock that Lumitar normally uses for his shipments. I would assume that he uses. He transports a lot of silver. I would have to assume that he uses good locks. I don't know. Sorry, my phone is ringing again.
No problem.
All right, I will be back in 1 minute. I'm really sorry. Feel free
Hey,
to
no problem, no
feel free to plot and figure out what may or may not be going by yourselves, and when I return, you can figure out what you may or may not want to do.
Well, the thieves pulled off a good little switcheroo.
And it strikes me as quite a heavy chest. I cannot see such an easy switcheroo being done by your typical thief.
It would have to be a group, I believe.
Regan's going to have been taking all this in the corner and kind of put his
Many
hand
strong
down.
races in
guards,
this
or-
world. I am fairly strong. I could probably lift said
Radio
chest.
check?
Yeah, I hear you. Regan.
Oh, it's not.
It also strikes me that though the guard's trustworthiness may be in doubt, and even if he is
Yes.
trustworthy, if magic was used to make him merely forget the fact that he was coerced, such a thing has been known to happen.
Regan's going to have been mostly
True.
taking this in with his
Orcs are people of honor.
hand under his chin for most of this time, and he's going to step forwards and say that perhaps how it was done is not as important as who has it now. I can
That
think of
is
only
true.
2 groups that would be interested in that much silver. The type that would blow it all immediately and go, and perhaps we could find in a nearby tavern or a nearby town telling tales of this theft, or perhaps someone interested in its more, I'm going to kind of pause and suggest magical properties, in which case they may be harder to find, but we may need to look into who would have been
Perhaps.
interested in getting that
I
much
suspect
silver.
the former is much more likely than the latter.
Regan will sigh, if I could have some time back at the scene tomorrow, I could likely determine more, but alas, at the moment I am not prepared to investigate what needs to be looked into.
I do believe clerics such as yourself, friend Regan, do you not have the ability to speak to objects? Perhaps the chest itself could tell us a story.
Regan nods and says that with time to prepare, this is a very clever idea, Telemann. I have done such a thing before, but it does require preparation.
But of course.
Yes. That way, taking it back to our guild hall would be the best. So, I think all of it too, including the.
Objects can speak?
Well,
Yes.
with proper preparation, they can tell a tale, Krios. Perhaps your
You
necklace
talk to the
itself could-
spirits of the object, yes.
Yes, perhaps
That makes you shaman, yes.
perhaps Stroke. Perhaps
I clap,
that amulet you have, I'm sure, could tell quite a tale.
I clap Krios on the shoulder and say, "And we've found a good use for you after all. Please pick up the box of rocks and carry it with us."
Well, I would hope that we empty said box of rocks that are just rocks somewhere else.
Oh, no, I think
Oh,
we'll need to
You
have
speak to
rocks, too.
objects.
Or perhaps-
Yes. Rocks could tell story of who put in box.
This is true.
Regan nods and says that there is hope for you yet, Krios. I have had a similar thought.
Oh, Krios is simple but not stupid. Okay, there's a difference.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna try to educate him. It's still on my agenda.
That's most true.
I'm back. Sorry.
So what of this orc lady you're all eyeing outside? Oh, yeah, hello, back to you. The universe has once again paid attention to us. We talk about serious topics.
Yes.
Do you guys waste time talking about orc tits or something?
Yes.
No, we wasted time talking about talking chests.
Yes.
Oh.
Chest talked to us, so we're gonna take it back to
Oh, that's
the
cool.
guild hall and have it tell us its tale. Hopefully, tomorrow.
Oh, that is very clever. Victor, you never cease to amaze me. Okay, all right, so we're picking back up. I think you were asking about locks.
Yeah, but in essence, we'll be taking all of it with us to determine the stories from as many objects as we can tomorrow. When
It occurs to me that
Regan
the
has
chest
his
and its
ability.
contents should be the only object that would matter in this scenario. Other than the cart itself, which we don't have.
I think the lock too would be good. Just
Well, the
in
lock's
case.
on the chest.
Regan,
right?
Yeah.
on our way back, Regan's gonna be fumbling in his pocket where his topaz eye should be, and apparently lament dropping it somewhere, as he must have dropped it in the portal. And he's going to ask if anyone has some extra coin to pick up food on the way home, so that
Well,
Coin.
before you
I
guys
could
leave-
hunt you a deer.
before you guys leave, Lurin says, if you're able to find where the silver went, I will make sure you're well paid. Just make sure you're safe. I'm not sure who could have stolen it, but you can never be too careful. I know. Lumitar would be very grateful, as well as I would, to see this matter settled and to figure out who the real culprit is. I'll see you well
Yes.
paid, not less than 400 coin.
Indeed. Perhaps I believe, it would probably take a day to learn what we need to know.
A day?
Perhaps on the morrow. Oh no. Yes. I believe. Well, actually, it doesn't, does it? It just takes communing. How long that takes?
They will
Do you-
speak with the spirits of the objects,
As
as shaman do.
He looks at Krios and gives like a smile, like you're almost speaking to a child. And then he turns back to you and says, "It occurs to me, would you want to speak to one of the guards? I believe one of them is still in town.
Oh, perfect. Yes, I would like to speak to them.
He has had a dash of misfortune. He's taken most of the blame. I'm not entirely sure of his story. I just know that he was the one on watch that they determined when it was the time frame when it went missing, and I believe he is drowning his sorrows down at the cursed jester.
An auspicious name.
Yeah, he goes by the name of Calvin.
Alrighty.
Perhaps we will speak to this man. If he would deign to speak to us, of course.
Well, be careful and good luck to you.
Why would you make a sword of silver?
Sword of
But-
silver.
Such a weak. I look like you see. There was two silver crossed swords on top.
No, he looks up and he says, "Oh no, my friend, that is not silver. That is mithril, my friend."
Very fine blades they are.
Yes, mithril is
Might you have been
stronger
the wielder
than
of
steel.
such blades in the past, or perhaps someone in your family?
No. My father. Well, I suppose you humans might call it my stepfather. He was a great forger of swords, and he I did not have much time with him. Human lifespans are unfortunately shorter than elven, but he taught me much that he knew, and he met my mother in back in Tivenar, and he knew some of how to smith mithril, and that was his one of his greatest works.
I've spent much time in Tivenar, such a fair city.
But yes, mithril is very hard to come by, but I can assure you, my young friend, and he looks to Krios, it makes for a very fine sword.
Yes, to my
He gives you-
knowledge, it makes
That's
it,
that I give the that
blade
is
is
to be
shiny as
proven
silver.
later.
the
Look.
blade is shiny as your typical silver, yet strong as steel, and often lighter as well.
Regan turns to
Lighter sword
Krios.
deal less damage usually.
Lighter sword
Regan
swings
will
more
say-
quickly.
There are swords that are light as a feather that could turn your sword into two in a single strike, Krios.
Gives you a
is the
very, very
strongest weapon
doubtful
that
look.
exists.
Regardless, they are very finely forged blades. But back to the subject at hand. We will go speak to this man, I believe, and Calvin, I believe you said his name was.
Yes,
Cursed
down
Jester?
down at the Cursed Jester. It's
Cool.
just across the market, up First Street, and then first on your right.
If all turns out well, perhaps on tomorrow we may have some answers for you, and then after that, perhaps some silver as well. If all things go well.
So you guys leave.
Yes. Krios,
Yep.
do
Good day,
the
sir.
honor of
I pick up the
taking
chest.
the box of rocks with us.
So you guys take the box of rocks to the Cursed Jester.
Yes.
This will be funny. All right.
I don't know.
So you make your
It
way
seems to me
across
the
the
man
market.
might be more inclined to talk to a single person than a group of people.
I shall take the box back to the guild house.
Ah. Yeah, we might, if he's been drinking, we might need to jog his memory, though, with visual aids, as it might be.
Regan nods. Perhaps we can invite him back for a drink.
Shall not take long. I shall return.
Alrighty, how
I will be back.
I'm assuming it's not
It
too
also
far,
occurs
so
to
we
me
walk
that
here.
you may wish to how we wish to talk to this man. He is being blunt about the topic, which I'm sure he has caught quite a bit of flack about. I can't say flack because it's not flack hasn't existed yet.
You can use the word.
Flak guns aren't in existence for a couple hundred years, I believe. So
It sounds like he's down on his luck and is probably feeling bad about himself, so might need to puff him up a bit and reassure him that we'll be helping get his honor back, as it might be, by finding the missing silver.
perhaps so.
All right. So the three of you head to the Cursed Jester, while Krios, you make your way back to the burning villa. You find the goblins running around in circles. No. So the Cursed Jester. Let me find it here.
CD join or pretty decent?
Name like the Cursed Jester.
Yeah,
I would think so.
construction-wise, it's actually fairly decent. It's not high-end, it's not low-end. It's fairly airy, like it's got these two big glass windows outside, which like it probably immediately speaks to you that like even if the interior is grubby, this probably can't be too bad of a place if it still has glass windows.
Yeah. Not too
The
many guys
interior is
throwing
not terribly clean. It seems like it gets a lot of patrons, but it's not bad at all. It's fairly small in terms of overall size, but it looks kind of cozy. You walk in and there's not a lot of people in it at this hour, certainly, but you get the smell of some very good food. I think Telemon, you recognize this smell is like you catch a faint whiff of like an elven dish. It smells fairly exotic to everybody else. Um,
That
and
smells
a
familiar.
yeah, like
I believe I've had that
barmaid.
before.
A young barmaid walks out and brings a like a small platter to a man who's currently sitting kind of like leaned over the bar. She sets it down. She kind of says something. She looks kind of at him.
Human barmaid?
Yes. Well, I guess maybe as she turns, you see that she has kind of lengthened ears beneath her hair, but she doesn't look entirely elfin. Yeah, she's got finer features than a normal human. And she sees you guys come in as she turns around and she says, "Oh, how can we help you? We don't get too many patrons at this hour." And like you look and you see there's basically only the one guy at the bar, and then there's a pair of kind of middle-aged men drinking together, like across from each other at a booth on the far wall.
Oh, we've come to speak to Kelvin, the guard. Or
You say
former
that-
guard, as it might be.
You say that, and her eyes immediately go over to the guy at the bar. And you know you see his body posture shift a little bit.
I'll head over to his side.
He kind of looks up at you. So Calvin, I think he's in his he looks like he might be in his late 20s, but right now he looks like he might be in his early 30s. Like he's not having a good time. He's got kind of dirty blonde hair. It's a little bit tousled. He's got not the cleanest of garb on, but it's not like, you know, soiled or terribly messy either. He looks more like a traditional peasant, except his body is a little bit more well built beneath his clothes than you would typically find. So like it's very clear that he's someone who's used to more physical work. And he looks up at you. He says, you wanted to see me."
Yes, we're inquiring about the stolen silver that was taken from the silversmith, Lurin. Perhaps you might know something about how it was taken.
You say that, and his face darkens. And he turns a little bit towards you, and you see that he has like a black eye under his left eye. And the half elfin bar maiden, I guess. Like when you say this, she gets kind of like a disgruntled look on her face, and she starts to kind of make her way like across the bar, you know, towards Calvin, like an "oh no, not this again." And he says, "What about it?
Well, you might.
You here to
know-
beat it out of me too?"
Oh no! If I would have thought that you had the silver itself, you would certainly not be here drowning your sorrows. You'd be living the high life somewhere else. It must be somebody else who took it, and I'm just
That's-
trying to find out who it might be.
That's
Regan's
what
going
I've
to
been saying.
immediately pipe his ears up and ask, "Well, who beat you or who previously assaulted you?"
Who do you think? Just typical town rats. He like looks around. Like the two guys over at the booth, like kind of lower their shoulders a little bit. You don't get the feeling that he's talking about them specifically, but maybe they're like maybe ashamed of their town. He says, "Everybody knows the shipment went missing, and everybody knows that Lurin put a bounty on its return. People looking to make a quick bit of cash, and then maybe some dishonest sort maybe looking to keep it for themselves. I don't know who they were." Like kind of spits a little bit.
So, what were the circumstances under how it went missing?
He takes you in. He like looks over at Telemon and Regan, and he says, "Why are you looking? You just after the money too?"
Oh, we're after the money, but we want to see this town prosper. We are at the the local? Does it have a name? The villa? Is it
It
known as
is
something?
the Heiress Villa, my friend.
Villa Aris or Eris or however you
Okay.
want to pronounce it.
We've taken up residence in the Villa Eris, and we're adventurers from a far-off land. We want
Regan's
see
going to sit down.
both
well-
our own coffers and the coffers of this town increase.
While Padine is giving his spiel,
We're
and
also
he's
in the
gonna lock
business
his.
of seeing that people, good men such as yourself, get the respect they deserve. If you were not involved, which I do not believe you were, it cannot do to have your name sullied in such a way. Any information you might provide that would be helpful would be greatly appreciated and would go a long way into clearing your own name, as it were.
Regan's gonna sit down across the wide from him, and everyone's giving their happy spiel and lock his dead eyes on his eyes. And when he finally gets his attention, he's going to say that the universe is gone askew, and they're the only ones that are going to be able to solve these cosmic level issues that he can't comprehend. But we need coin for the moment, so please cooperate.
He
The old
he
one is
stares
perhaps
at
a
you
bit
for a few
dramatic at
seconds.
times, but
He turns back to you other two slowly, like, who's the crazy old man? But he doesn't say anything. He says, well, if you're out to prove my name, I'll tell you what I know. Have a seat. Like he gestures for you to sit at the bar. And you notice he's
Alright, I'll
eating
take a
some
seat.
sort of fish with like some bread. Telemon, you recognize it as like not by the look of it, but you definitely recognize kind of the smell. It smells maybe like he has some elven spices on it. The barmaid, kind of seeing that you guys aren't actually giving him any trouble, eventually kind of leaves. And
I would love to order something with a barmaid, but knowing I have no coin, I cannot.
he says, well, what do you want to know? As he kind of slowly picks at his food. You can smell alcohol on his breath, but not super heavy. And he doesn't have any in front of him.
Was there anything that happened on the road that piqued your curiosity as to, or comes back to you as to why the shipment was traded out so mysteriously?
I don't know. We were on the road for maybe 4 days, and nothing at all. I had watched the night before we arrived. This was some 3 nights ago, and everything was fine. It was quiet. In fact, we didn't see anyone on the road at all. No one.
Anything different about the night? Something that may have piqued your interest out of the ordinary that you may have noticed?
Oh, I mean,
sometimes it's the
the only
smallest
thing that
things
stands
can make
out
a
is we
difference.
didn't run into anyone at all on the road. I mean, it's not a very commonly traveled journey, but usually we run into a farmer or someone. But I mean, it was an unusually uneventful trip. We didn't run into anyone.
That is odd. Nothing out of the ordinary at all happened?
He shakes his head.
Discussions you had with the other guards? Anything of note from that you learned from your other guardsmen?
You mentioned the other guards, and his face once again turns dark, and he kind of picks at his food, and he says, "No, it's clear they all believe I did it, though. The sergeant wasn't keen to say it, but I was the only one on watch when it happened, and damn it all, I didn't hear nothing, and that no one came and messed with the chest. I mean, I wasn't looking directly at it, but they would have had to walk into my line of sight, and I didn't see nobody."
Regan's going to stand up and go over to the other 2 men. I have a question. Do we know what street name this is? Like, we know the street name, right?
This is like 2nd Street.
Okay, I'm going to go over and ask if they live near 2nd Street. I'll just kind of like step up and kind of ask them in a friendly
Yeah.
manner.
What you want?
I'm going to ask, do you live on 2nd Street?
What business is it of yours?
I'm trying to find out if there was anything strange that happened on the night of. No, I'll list the date.
I like your
that
drunken
happened.
rabble voice, Star.
Yeah, that's great.
They're just like they're just a pair of like old codgers, like in their late 50s.
Buy me a whiskey and I might tell you.
Yeah, well, like one of them says, like he kind of swirls around like an empty glass. Doesn't say anything, but it's obvious what he wants.
Regan will kind of look up to the others and ask, "Who can buy this man a drink?"
I look over to Regan. Regan, I think we'll party after we get the silver.
And we'll
Silver,
look,
you say?
Yes.
What's this about silver?
We're looking for the stolen silver shipment.
if you have information you can help, information could be rewarded.
Let me see some coin first.
Again look to the group if anyone has any coin left.
Sadly, no.
I do. How much is a drink usually? What's the?
A meal's 1 coin or something.
Yeah,
isn't
meal
it?
is 1 coin, so like a drink would be probably 1.
Okay. I will buy a drink then from the bar.
All right. Yeah.
From
Eventually,
the bar or from the lovely barmaid?
Well, the barmaid.
yeah, the barmaid, gives you like a mug, like another mug for the guy sitting with the other guy at the table. She kind of gives like a hiddenly disgusted look at the 2 guys sitting over there, but she doesn't let them see it. And you take the mugs over there. Says, "Well,
No,
what do you mean? What do you
Isn't it
mean
one guy?
strange?"
Isn't it one guy who wants to drink?
No, I mean, like he says, "Let me see some coin." And the other one obviously speaks up. It's not like you're just gonna he's seated with a guy in a booth. Like, would you like go over there and expect to buy one guy a drink?
So I'll bring over the 2 drinks. Okay, gotcha. So I guess spend 2 coin.
No,
Okay,
one's
so-
fine.
Oh, for both drinks, cool.
Mhm.
Even better. So I'll go over with both drinks, and I'll stand.
Cheap
next
ass beer.
to him, and I'll say, how about you give me the information? If I like it, I give you these drinks. If I don't, I drink it with my friend over there at the bar.
Sod off. What kind of crap is this?
Well, how do I know that your information's any good? I'd like to hear it first.
How do I know you're not just gonna ask me and then walk away with the drinks?
I'm not very thirsty.
You're the one that came to me. Stop wasting my time. And he looks at Regan, and then he looks back at the guy he's sitting with. You definitely get like kind of an odd look from the barmaid, like maybe you're starting to disturb her customers.
Regan's gonna kind of just look between them and kind of leave Nick's move in Padin's hands. Is looking at him, watching to see what he does.
I don't have any leverage with this drink. He has a leverage on me with the information.
If you want to make a parlay roll, like a really, really low end parlay roll with like a 1 coin drink, you can.
No,
Oh, that's
I'll give
hilarious.
him the drinks.
All right. He takes it, sips, looks a little bit annoyed over it at you, and then belches and says, "Well, what do you mean strange?"
What do you know of the silver shipment that went?
And meanwhile, poor Calvin has just been stopped talking to mid conversation.
I'm sure Tell is over with him.
Yeah, probably. We'll get to that in a second, I guess. I don't know nothing about the silver shipment. You're the one that
Rick-
mentioned silver.
Regan will say that the street was unusually quiet that night. Was anyone deciding to sleep in unusually early that night, or
What do you
did,
mean the street was It's quiet all the nights. There are not that many people in this god's forsaken town.
He's gonna pause for a minute and say, "So you had no unusual urges on that street that night? No need to leave there? No one walking you away? No important events to attend to?"
He just looks befuddled at you.
He'll kind of turn to Padine and see if he has better luck explaining the smoothly talking to the man.
I give you kind of a blank look back. He
Look
didn't
back,
really give
son.
us that much information.
So we
He got
bought
free
you.
drinks out of me.
Yep.
Enjoy your drinks, gentlemen. I'll turn back and go back to the bar.
Regan's going to kind of just smirk and go back to the bar. He's got something in mind before we leave.
All right. So tell, what do you ask Calvin while this utterly futile investigation goes on in the corner?
You say that nothing happened. Do you perhaps, I don't know if you typically know how long the journey takes? Did it perhaps seem longer, shorter to you?
We made good time. Took about as long as it normally takes. We weren't in a rush.
And you normally take shifts at the guards? The
He
guards of
nods.
the cart? How many of you were there?
There are 5 of us in all.
How do you normally take the shifts? Do you normally take the night shifts, or?
One of us takes a long watch every night. That way everybody gets a good night's sleep and everybody stays fresh for the travel. Keep wary for bandits.
So why in particular would they suspect you if there was no sign at any point in the journey? You seem to say that they all suspect you for some reason. Are you like the low man on the totem pole, as it were?
Well, we checked it the day before. The silver was still there, but when we got, I was the one that was on shift the last night. And when we got here the following morning, I guess it might have been afternoon. He kind of thinks about it.
So it went missing closer to the town then, toward the end of the journey.
It was the last day, and I was the last person to be on watch before it disappeared.
You were the unfortunate one then, as it were.
He nods. I mean, like I don't know what happened, but it would have had to have happened then. It couldn't have. I didn't see anything, and I didn't fall asleep.
I come back from my giving my drinks away, and I ask him, the other guards, where are they?
He lets out a long sigh. Oh, they went back to the camp. I got let go.
Where is this camp?
Oh, Nandur, the mining camp.
Okay.
They went off on their own back to the camp on the final day to let you finish it off on your own?
No, they left after we delivered the shipment.
Where were they? Like, were they sleeping in the cart at the time it was taken, or?
No, we made a camp on the road. Well, just off the road.
Seems likely that it was taken then. Taken, like, I assume you slept near the cart or something of that nature. Oh, you didn't
Well, I
sleep,
didn't.
of course, but the others
I was
did.
on watch. Yes, that's my point. That's why
Can you perhaps tell us where
nobody
this camp
will
was?
hire me.
There,
They all
there may be
think I'm
some
the one
lingering
that had
signs.
something to do with it.
Did you get his question?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
not. Can you perhaps tell us where this camp was? Perhaps there'll be some evidence there that could help clear up your situation.
Maybe a little more than half a day up the road. That definitely
Any-
strikes you as like impossible to really find. You would have to have somebody lead you there.
Yeah, I was gonna say any key landmarks, but no.
No, like this part of Arkfall is basically nothing but fields and plains, low hills,
Yay.
and
Did
the
you camp-
occasional forest.
You camp beside the road or off of it a ways?
A little off of the road, not more than a few paces.
Perhaps we will see it on the way by then.
He
Maybe
looks a little
not.
bit dubiously at you. He says,
I could not be troubled to ask you to take me there or any such things. You have had enough trouble.
Regan will speak up and say that perhaps if you would like us to help you, though, we could meet you in a few hours after we've had a chance to examine the crate.
he's definitely looking a little bit more sharp now. He says, "Look, I'm not gonna get paid for this thing's return, and for my trouble, I've got nothing for it. Nope, even the guard here won't hire me. They're desperate for people, and they still won't hire me. They think I'm corrupt. They think I've had something to do with it. I've got nothing coming to me. Only only because Shara there is such a nice lass. I've been able to get any food at all. He kind of motions to the half elf girl who's like kind of moved off. As soon as she hears her name, she blushes a bit and she goes back into the back room. It certainly occurs to all of you that there's just no way in hell that you have any chance of finding the correct spot on the road, because like you know that there are many places along the road where people have probably camped, like probably dozens, maybe hundreds.
Is there any indication that he would remember where it was? Even
Well, that's the thing. Like,
he probably wouldn't either.
he says, I could take you back there, but I need some payment. I'm sorry to ask. I know you're trying to clear my name, but let's be honest, you're trying to get paid too. I need some money for the trouble.
How much are you thinking of?
He kind of stops and he thinks. He looks at you and he looks down. How would 40 coins sound?
Regan is going to flat out actually cough out a laugh, just a raspy laugh when he says 40 coin, and say that you are currently begging for a meal. We could perhaps arrange food for you and payment if we find the crates, but 40 coin to simply guide us to a spot to clear your name? We have bigger issues to worry about, and I'll dramatically say that as my eyes kind of flare up, and then I'll try to retain my calm again.
A dog barks outside, Regan.
This is true. We would not want to pay you so much to just clear your name. We would be helping you in that.
Well, like I said, you're not doing this for my good name. You're doing this for your money, and you're not going to find the camp without my help. I mean, let's be frank here.
Regan's gonna sit down with him again and ask him, "Do you know what I do?"
He just kind of looks at you like you are the weirdest person alive.
I can see things that you cannot even begin to perceive. We
He
do not
looks-
need
Yes,
you.
yes.
You merely inconvenience me, and I do not have time to be inconvenienced. So
I
take our
start
deal, or
pulling Regan away. I'll
He
think
looks
about
away
that.
and he like looks at Telemon like, "What the hell is your
I'll be-
grandfather
I'll be
doing?"
taking,
Well, he's
Regan
not
outside
my
with me.
grandfather, sir, though he does have his uses at times. He has become a bit more senile of late.
as Fidine's taking me outside, do I see that man enjoying a sip of his drink that he got out of us?
no.
It's about 2/3 done, but yeah, he's going through it.
I'm gonna wait until he's taking a sip, and then I'm gonna time it. I'm gonna cast Cause Fear on the drink against him as I leave.
Okay, give
Oh
me
my
a spell
gosh.
roll.
I'm gonna empower it on double the targets on
Power.
both of them,
Both
and
of
I'm
their
gonna
drinks?
forget it. Yeah,
Oh God, what do they see, Victor?
I believe that as they're sipping their drink, they're going to feel something that they think is biting their lip, and look down and see that their drink is turned to seething mass of what looks almost like my tentacles snapping in the glass that aren't actually there.
So you guys like hear like a pair of cries and like a banging. As both of these guys like shoot upright in the booths and bang their legs up against the underside of the table, and they're like their mugs go flying and they like stumble out of the booth, and they just go, "Holy hell!" and they start scrambling out of the cursed jester, and they're like fleeing, and I think like they knock past you, Padine, as you drag Regan out.
Yeah.
They're like they have like this look of terror on their eyes as they like look back towards the booth, and everybody's staring. It's like they're fleeing the booth like it was like the devil itself.
Well worth the coin.
Alrighty. Padine will pull Regan off to the side
I
a
look
little
back
bit.
at the other guy I was just talking to and say, "What's up with them?"
He's just wide-eyed. And the barmaid's like staring out of the back room, like, what just happened?
So I'll tell Regan. I said, Regan, we don't have time for this. Let's go back to the chest and try to determine if it can tell us anything.
He nods and says yes.
At this point,
I
I'm
was
probably
hoping to-
walking down the street toward the bar.
I'll be definitely telling Kadeen that I was hoping to get his assistance in our investigation of it.
I'll call back over to Telemon that Regan and I are heading out.
Very well. I'm sorry for taking much of your time, Calvin. We'll see what we can do about your name, but we shall see what comes of what we can learn today.
He just looks sullenly back down at his plate.
Perhaps in the future, if all goes well, perhaps we may have some employment for you at a future date. Then I walk out.
All right, so you find, like, you're on your way back, and Padine is steering Regan, in the general direction of the southeast where your villa is, and you find Krios, like, he walks out of an alley. He looks utterly lost. And like Krios, you see Telemon after wandering around for maybe 10 minutes in this just bizarre maze of buildings.
Ah, Telemon.
Ah, hello, Krios.
I pretend not to be lost at all. I was just on my way back.
Ah,
Krios
good.
obviously looks incredibly relieved to see you, despite him pretending not to be.
Everything going well back at the guild?
As well as a bunch of goblins running around can be.
Running around, you say?
A very energetic people. There's a noticeable pause before he says energetic.
Very well. We're about to head back that way.
All right, so
Did
you
you
guys
find
make your
anything
way.
out about the job?
A little. Not much that is particularly useful, but some of the knowledge may help.
Krios looks slightly disappointed that he didn't get to go to the bar, but he'll visit later.
There was no women
I clap
there,
him on the back
Krios.
and
You
hey.
would
Yeah,
not
there was no
miss
beautiful
much.
half-elven maid.
Yes.
Another time, friend. After we finish the job, perhaps.
He'll still be there, DM. Maybe.
That might have been her last day.
Maybe she's getting married to our young soldier. Anyway,
If this is an inside job at all,
not that that
I
would matter to
highly-
Krios, but
I highly suspect the other guards. As an old Shireen saying that he who points a finger has many more pointing back at themselves.
Krios looks utterly confused at this statement.
Do you look down at your fingers and like try to see how that would work?
He's like finger pointing at it. What do you mean, one who sings?
Oh, I point at Krios and I say, see me pointing at you here?
Yes, but that does not point at myself.
No, but my own fingers, the ones below, and I turn my fingers up so I can see the other ones, those are pointing back at me.
And then Krios, like, do you just point at him with all 5 of your fingers and like, but what if I do this?
Probably.
So
Yes,
you guys make your
That-
way back to the villa, and
that
I
would
think
free
like
you from any wrongdoing, Krios, I kind of say when he does that.
like sitting in the living room, in that same room with the rocking chair, Regan's rocking chair in the fire, is the chest. You guys make it there with no incident. The goblins have not erected barricades yet. No ballista, no trebuchet or anything, and you make it in without any incident. Only one of you is pelted by little goblins who are like playing war in the entry hall, and you kind of shuffle your way around them.
Who is
Regan
pelted?
will
Telemon is pelted.
Ah,
You get hit with like a little cloth cannonball.
kids will be kids.
I pretend to be a giant I pick up a kid. They can attack me.
It just squeals, and you hear like a little bit of laughter as you, I guess, like you kind of move around with it, and eventually, I guess, set it back down.
Yep.
They run back off.
I use prestidigitation to make a dragon come forth.
Oh
God.
God, they just run screaming.
Oh God.
It's
They like flee around the
It's an
corner.
obviously illusion dragon.
They still run screaming.
Oh, that's great.
Well, I guess
yeah,
it's
you
best
guys-
to get the correct response early.
Yeah, you're training them to live.
Yes.
You find Sarcasmos, like I think he's bent over in the box. Like you see his rear end kind of out of the box, and when you come in, like he kind of hoofs himself back out, and he's got like a little bit of dirt on him, and he kind of brushes his clothes off. He says, "What's all this?
That's where the silver used to be.
Doesn't
we're
look
going
like
to-
silver to me."
No, it was rocks. It was either changed out or it's an entirely different box altogether. But Regan
Yes,
has a way of
Sarcasmus. So that
speaking to the
chest may
box.
be the key to us finding quite a good bit of silver.
And therefore a reward.
Even though the box itself is empty, sometimes things can speak if one knows the right spells.
Oh, it's got rocks in it.
Regan's going to approach Badine and say that I was thinking that perhaps we should approach this from two angles at the same time. If we commune and work in conjunction, one of us can attempt to speak to the objects inside, and the other may be able to divine its origin.
Okay. I don't know if I can cast that spell. Let me see.
You should be able to cast. You can cast negative or same spell level -1, right?
I'm only can do 3rd level, I believe.
Oh, you can only do 3rd level. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't have that one. Next level, I'll be able to do 5th. 'Cause
Okay.
I wasn't able to get cleric until after
Yeah.
I think it was level 3.
It's intentionally meant to be at a disadvantage. Like
Oh,
I mean,
that's
like
fine,
you
that's
wouldn't want somebody not a cleric to be at the same level as a full cleric.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
completely fine. I was making
That's
sure.
why I won't be able to cast 9th level spells, as I was telling you the other day.
So continue.
So yeah, I'm
can
going to ask. Regan will nod and accept. Say perhaps one day you will be prepared to do that. Perhaps if you receive a blessing from a deity, and then I'm going to kind of suggest perhaps it's the wrong one, kind of subtly, but and then I will say yes. Then I'm look to the others. Do you think I should attempt to speak to the objects within, or divine its divine the
think
scene?
the
I
the
thought
crime?
you were going to speak to the spirits.
Yes, I think the chest itself would be the best way to go first.
All right. Regan's going to go down to the crypt for an hour or so, and when he comes back, I am going to equip the spell Words of the Unspeaking.
All right. So like while this is happening, Talamon, can you tell me a little bit about like how you're training Sarcasmos? Like, is the first rule of being a wizard do not lose your spell book?
That would be probably a good one.
So like, what do you
First
just
rule: never
can-
give an unseen servant your spell book to cross a river.
is he like? Do you just tell him about stuff? Do you like help him? Like, do you sit cross-legged with him in front of a fire and help him transcribe his own crude spell book? Do you like teach him how to do a specific spell? Like, what do you do?
I think the first thing we should do is try to help him. He seems to have great magical energy in the first place. I think the first step is working on his control.
Hmm.
What spells does he have that he can like cast regularly, like more than once?
Let me look. Wizard spells. And I'm about to get to you, Barbarian, in a second for your question. He can do light. He can do prestidigitation. And I think I think like probably the first thing he asked you to teach him after getting back from the island was unseen servant, so he wouldn't have to lug a chest about anymore by himself. Um, he doesn't know anything else in terms of reliability.
Um,
Everything else is very,
he
very
wants to know unseen
wild.
servant well, so I will say I will perhaps give him several heavy objects and see how many of the servants he can conjure, carry them
Oh.
about the rooms.
So are we getting a very Dagobah scene where like you're sitting there and you're having Sarcasmos like orbit like steadierly large objects around you in a circle or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it would
Okay.
be Mage Hand, but we don't actually have Mage Hand, so
Yeah, I'm imagining it as like a floating disc, a lot of the time. So yeah, I think we can do that for an hour. So Krios, I wanted to ask you. We touched last time on like what was like the I think it was the closest to death you had ever been.
Yep.
What was your lowest point on the island? Like, was there ever a point where you were just like you were so incredibly lonely or frustrated, or like why you wondered why you were there, why you were alone, or something like that? Like, what was Krios' loneliest, like lowest point on the island?
Lowest point. There was a point where like he hadn't had food in several days.
Would that have been like really early on when he was really first?
Yeah, when
starting to
was
learn?
like when he was really young.
Like 8 years old.
Yeah, that'll work. And like there was a point where like he befriended a what's enough like
Ankylosaurus? Stegosaurus?
oh they're pretty big though.
Maybe?
Maybe he had like a compy or something
Oh,
that he
those-
befriended.
Those are pretty vicious, though. I guess
Are they?
maybe yeah, I mean those are like tiny raptors. I mean, I guess if you like
I'm
trained
trying to
one
think
from
of I'm trying to think of a
baby-
small baby dinosaur that's peaceful, but I'm not coming up with one.
Oh,
um,
Compy definitely not peaceful. Definitely
All right,
not
so some kind
peaceful.
of small lizard. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And he would talk to it and stuff, and eventually it got eaten, and he just
Oh,
fell even
no.
even lower.
Oh no. I think we'll definitely touch more on your friend
oh, here we go.
in another
Eat
in
one of
another
these.
question.
Well,
One of what?
It's like a compy, but it's herbivorous.
Oh yeah, that works. Alberta Dromius.
Yeah, whatever that thing is.
That sounds like it's Canadian. Yeah. Well, I'll ask you about that one next time. I'll give you a little bit of forewarning. All right, so Regan, you emerged from the crypt, having to
When I
walk through the
emerged-
wine cellar. Like I like to imagine every time, like the thing is the door to the wine cellar opens up on the wall. That's right. It opens up into the the living room,
Den area, yeah.
the den, but it's right next to the kitchen, so like you could easily walk into the kitchen. But I like to imagine that whenever Regan opens this, he pulls a Kramer, and he just like the door flies open, and Regan just steps out. So Regan, you step into the living room, and everybody is suddenly and immediately aware of your presence.
As I step in, I will.
All
walk
of the
over to
unseen
crate.
servants disappear, and all of Sarcasmos objects just fall to the ground.
We can't have that. You need to have control, even when interrupted.
So even while Regan's going to take a few steps over towards the crate, and it will look like he's being his
Ultimate
normal
test.
self about to cast a ritual, and then he's going to fall onto his knees with lean forwards onto his front hands and start sniffing the crate wildly like a dog.
Wow.
Sarcasmus is
I
gonna
am-
lean close to Telma and say, "I
Has
don't
the old
think
man
he,
lost
I
it
don't-
already?
I don't think he came back fully from the Wraithlands,
And
Talamon."
I am
Does
going
seem that
to roll.
way.
I have
I'm
seen
going
this
to-
before. Creatures go senile when they are old, and they are quickly eaten.
I am going to roll detect alignment evil with smell.
Wow.
That is so great.
Oh,
Um.
I failed. I'm just sniffing it wildly. Oh God.
Let me bring up detect alignment. You
know
know,
what
somebody
that's
else
gonna
once
do.
failed on a detect
Yeah.
alignment.
Thought everything was evil and like everything. The tree
This
roots.
crate
were
The
is made
evil
of
at the time.
evil.
But yeah, ultimate test of his concentration. Walk Captain What's Her Name in.
Nice.
That'd be the ultimate test.
Maybe at a later date. Have him do an illusion of some specific thing and then walk her in and see if it shifts.
Regan, you are hit in the face with like the briefest but strongest of odor. Like you know those things that it's like a chemical reaction that people get held under their nose to wake them up. It's like that, and you like it's almost like a kick in the face, and you stagger back like a few steps, and like you get the imminent impression that your deity intentionally withheld this spell's effect from you, and that your he who cannot be named has not been pleased by your lack of cohesion in the recent days.
Ooh boy. Ah,
Like-
that is.
You don't get that in as many words, but you just get like not pleased, and like you are doing you've
Ooh.
been doing something wrong, and it has to have done with your behavior, and like you maybe not being as together as you once were.
I'll head over there. Regan, is there something wrong?
He looks like he's just been kicked in the face, and he's just stunned.
Were you bitten by a spider? Or something?
Regan will take a deep breath and lean back and pause for a moment and say that it is taking some time to readapt to life here. As he kind of gonna shudder backwards for a moment and then he'll look up at the Vidine and say, perhaps you could assist me with my next attempt. I believe that
Yes.
I am not to full capacity as of yet.
I pull out my symbol of Haldimi and begin chanting for holy aid from.
So who is Haldimi?
Was that was a family that the royal family that I was kind of attached
Ah,
to.
okay.
So his symbol, his sigil, in essence, was given to me, and I kind of put it on a chain and wear it around my neck.
Okay.
Use that as my holy symbol too.
Alright.
I think as that chant starts up, the tentacle on my left shoulder is going to slowly emerge and kind of look at you and just offer kind of a slow hiss.
All right. So you offer aid, but if there's any danger
Oh, great!
or cost, you are exposed to it.
Don't roll snake eyes now, Regan.
Oh God!
So Regan, you get a +1.
Here we go. I'm
Even
going
with that, it
to
would still be a fail.
after it finishes hissing at Fadine, the thing is going to seem to look to Regan and then Regan's
So what
going to
are you attempting to do?
I'm going to roll words of the unspeaking.
Oh, I love this.
So I'm going to speak to the basically I'm going to turn to the tentacle and I'm going to speak in a low, unintelligible language. It's just almost a bare whisper, and then it's going to seem to respond to me, and then turn to the object and hiss at the object for a second, and then turn back to me and almost seem to relay it to me, but it's not talking to anyone else. Seems like
Okay.
it's communicating directly into my brain. So let's roll this.
Telemon, that doesn't seem like a good sign.
And I will choose forget the spell, I guess, in this case.
Okay. All right. So words of the unspeaking. With a touch, you speak to the spirits within things. The non-living object you touch answers 3 questions you pose as best it can.
This is directed at the crate, by the way, not at
Okay.
the rocks. I'm going to, I believe, ask if this was the original crate that held the silver. I need to be more specific. Will be very specific. It held the silver at this location and time, and I'm going to give it the location and time of
3 days ago, right?
when it was last seen. Yes. When it was last known to be there.
I will give you one chance to rephrase your question.
Yeah, because that's a complex question.
Okay.
Compound question.
Let me say, are you the original crate that held the silver? I'll just keep it simple.
I have carried many silver in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I think when I say that, since Badeen's helping me, he's gonna hear this horrible raspy whisper in his own head. I think coming from my tentacle thing of relaying the message, and then it'll seem to look to
Regan,
him for a
perhaps
question.
you should ask it about. I can't imagine it has had rocks placed in it too often. I think you should ask about it that time. About that time.
There you go.
My tentacle is turned to you, Padine. It seems to be almost silently, waiting to see what you say.
Yes, ask about when the rocks were put into it.
Remember, wording is key.
Yes.
What is your exact question?
Oh, mine would be. So I get to ask a question now. You're turning
No.
it over to me.
Is silver not a rock?
I'm gonna relay it basically. It's just my tentacles kind
That's
of
correct.
like.
It was
turned to you for a
silver
question.
ore, so that basically would be a rock. So
Yeah. So it need to be non-silver rock. Who placed the non-silver rock inside of you is what I would ask. Recently.
Regan's going to kind of pause and then relay the question. It's going to turn and whisper it to it. What is the answer that it gets?
I bet Sarcasmus is the answer.
The non-living objects you touch as best it can.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be hard for it to answer.
Yeah, I don't think it knows names. And you asked who placed the rocks in it, or the non-silver rocks in it.
It could, I guess.
I'm trying to answer this without being an ass, but also answering it with the intelligence. Well, not with the intelligence of a chest, but what a chest would know.
Box of rocks.
Yeah, dumb. It is technically as dumb as a box of rocks.
It's a very intuitive DM question. This, how smart is a box of rocks?
Yeah.
I never thought that when we started this campaign it would come down to me asking a box of rocks questions. That's
Yeah.
pretty amazing.
An elf.
Interesting.
Regan will turn to the others and say, "We have one last question. I will put it to a vote. What should we ask?"
Telemon?
If there are hot orc women at the mine,
No, do not ask.
Sarcasmo says, "I vote for that one."
We will find that out soon enough, whether the box tells us or not.
It would
See,
be
what would the
interesting to know
chest know that we could possibly
when and
ask it
where.
that might be helpful?
Regan suggests perhaps we could inquire as to where the chest came from, or is
No.
it?
That
It's the
would be
original
where it was
chest that
built.
won't do anything.
Yeah, this seems like from your first question we've understood that this is the
This is the
chest
original
that
chest.
normally carries silver, yeah. So it wasn't
Okay.
traded out. So
I think
got
we should
that
ask it if
taken
it has
care
seen this elf before.
How is it done?
That's not a bad question.
How is the metal exchanged? Perhaps Regan asks. And perhaps understanding the nature of the crime would help us narrow its suspects.
I don't know how much the chest would be able to answer that.
He already asked though.
Oh yes, he did.
The chest responds.
Because
By-
apparently it was done without noise, so we'll see how that was.
By hand, one at a time, and then replaced one at a time.
Alrighty. So we have the original box and an elf traded out the silver ore for the rocks one at a time.
Regan steps back. Time. He thinks about that for a moment. Perhaps when the time travel broke the universe, it froze time in that region.
Doubtful.
Sarcasmus just puts the finger up to his head and starts twirling it around.
It does strike me that there is the guard did not see anything. There is such a spell as invisibility, and an elf would be able to do it quite easily,
Yes.
stealthily, one would think.
Yes, I would.
However,
I would think
the
so.
question
Elves
is,
How
are
would-
magical?
How would... Well, I mean, forgive me, Master Talmon, but if the elf was invisible, how would the chest know it was an elf?
That is most true.
Sarcasmus looks a little pleased.
It also strikes me that, are there any spells to do memory modification? I don't think there are. At least off the default spells.
Are there spells of imprisonment or
There's
Time.
a person, which
Or
holds
lock.
a person in place, maybe as Calvin turned to look at something. He was held by somebody, and then released after the crime had been committed. Could be a possibility, but
Would Regan know
I
if
wonder
a
if
sleep
the-
spell would leave you in memory of having been hit with a sleep spell?
You just fall asleep. It wouldn't actually do anything like that. This is true, and I was just looking at that. and that is
Well, the thing
possible.
is, like, in real life, sometimes do you remember if you nodded off?
no.
and that's for shit I don't.
Yeah, so like it's entirely possible that maybe if you had fallen asleep, like your memory would be fuzzy.
I can't tell you how many times I've been laying on the couch watching something and have Cloud wake me up 3
Oh,
minutes
tell
later.
me about it.
Yep. So it's entirely
But
possible.
usually you remember waking up, though.
Usually, but you said usually, not always. So it's
Yeah.
entirely possible.
Correct.
Like you have to think about the magic in terms of like, sure, it's putting it in the sleep, but like naturally, when you're falling asleep,
Yeah.
that's still a thing. So like, yeah, that's a
Sometimes it's just
possibility.
like, oh, I just closed my eyes for a second. It's okay.
Yeah, so
Alrighty.
apparently the guard lost attention, and an elf took something and swapped it.
One time I fell asleep, quote, quote, and woke up facing a raptor. That's not wasn't fun.
No, it couldn't have been.
I
Those
imagine you had
horrible creatures.
half raptor steaks that evening as you were
What?
still with us.
Well, what now? It doesn't sound like
He
we
tasted
got
real
much.
good.
I still think we should have asked it if it had seen the elf before.
Yes, but we can't now.
You can cast it again, can't you?
After communion.
I would need to
again.
commune again.
Did you forget the spell? Did I
Yeah,
miss
I
that?
had to
Oh,
forget it.
okay.
I think it would be best to take Calvin with us to the point of where it was stolen.
Calvin will not come with us without paying him 40 gold.
Yes, I'm sure he could be paid after we return with the
40
reward.
coin.
It is quite a sizable amount of what we would be paid.
Yes, it's 10% of the reward. But I don't know if we'll be able to. I mean, I guess we could go up the road and see if we find any bandits or elves or.
I'm sure I could
thieves in the
convince
area.
him to come with us, Crack Knuckles.
I would rather that not happen, Krios. He already seems to have
Same
given
here.
enough trouble.
Yeah, I'd rather avoid having to pressure him by force into it.
His outrageous demands, Regan will say, makes him less than sympathetic.
Rica. So imperious.
Regardless, we should get on the road.
Regan says that he
I have-
believes our best option. He will need to commune before we depart again. But his best
Unless
option
you
could
wish
be,
to speak with the rocks as well.
if I should be geared to. Basically, I'll be asking if you think I will need my
Per-
talents turned towards investigation.
I have
Or
an
my
idea. How about we bring one rock with us, and then get on the road? And you can ask again later.
Once again, Sarcasmos leans towards Telemon and says, "You think Krios wants a pet rock? Never mind."
Regan nods and says, "Yes, we should bring the rock
I think
with us."
Krios
if it
wants
comes
to
up.
pet quite a many things, but a rock is not among them.
Regan will turn to Telemon and Padine and say, should I be prepared to help with the investigation, or should I be more prepared to protect us should this elf catch on to us getting close?
I think that investigation would be more helpful,
Investigation.
personally.
Still. Yes.
Okay, Regan
agree.
is going to go back to commune real quick, and I'm going to
Yeah,
drop
that
for
definitely strikes you guys as a sound proposition. Like you guys don't have a ranger amongst you or a druid, so like any sort of investigation in the wild, any sort of benefit at all you guys can take with you is probably going to be needed. So yeah, Regan returns back down to the cellar, I guess, and like I guess do you guys go and get Calvin while Regan's getting
Yeah.
prepared?
I think that'd be best.
Can I find
Do you
some,
go alone, Padine?
Anybody want to come with me?
Like I imagine
yeah,
Telemon's
I
probably
suppose
getting.
I will. I think
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
on most friendly terms with him.
Out of curiosity, if I had access
Did
to
you
any of
say anything about the
Telemon's,
hot barmaid?
I don't think anybody
we
would
can
have
bring
Alright,
these
then
Krios.
the Krios isn't interested then.
Okay. I was gonna say, we
If
can
you
bring
if
him
you had
along
even
to,
remotely mentioned
flirt.
her, I've been like, I'm going along.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
we didn't mention anything.
Nope. Okay.
I don't think there's any mention of the barmaid being hot or beautiful. She's
Well,
a half elf, but I
Not
don't
necessarily.
Think, I don't think any
She
mention
was
of her-
very cute, but it was never mentioned. What were you saying, Regan?
Oh, I was wondering if I've ever had or this whole time I've had access to some of Telemon's old robes.
I haven't got new robes yet, as far as I know.
You have your
Like,
new
the
robes
might-
now.
Oh, good.
Any that might have been just like laying around here. Or
They're
any of his
not-
old clothes at the villa.
They're not like brand new. They're probably not super stylish. I think you probably found them in a closet in the villa. But they suit well enough. So yeah, you got like his old robes if you want to bring them along, or whatever you want to do with it, Regan.
Oh, I was wondering because I'm going to. Yeah, I think while I'm down there, after I commune and get my true seeing prepared, I am going to actually pop open one of these crypts and put the unfortunate corpse, the skeleton corpse, in Telemon's old robes to try to conceal the fact it's a skeleton and try to bring it back for a companion on this investigation.
Give me a spell roll.
Sarcasmos, do you know what orc women like?
And I will empower actually, you know what? I'm gonna, instead of double effect, double target, I'm gonna bring back 2 of them from down here.
Oh my.
Oh god.
Okay. I'm going over to the cleric section.
Well, if you don't get to, well, you can't. You get to double the targets or double the effects. One of the two.
Yep, I doubled the targets.
Okay, you said both. That's why I was wondering.
All right. So let me find your standard decrepit corpse stats.
Do you have 2 sets of robes?
He's gonna have to go with like probably standard clothes. I think you can probably find clothes in like an old trunk here somewhere.
So if he has the skeleton appear not obviously dead, what happens then?
Well, then they don't appear not obviously dead. Can you give me 2 D4?
Here we go. Oh god, I'm so bad with those.
You really are. Yeah, so these are probably going to be fairly pathetic skeletons, but we'll see, or zombies rather.
I'm gonna give
Um,
the one of them a functioning brain, and I'll refer to him as my the smart one. And the other one I am going to give. It's durable, and I'm gonna weaken it Bernie's the hell out of both of them.
You have
It
2
won't
options
last all
from
that
one
well.
of them. You rolled a 2 on one, remember?
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'll make the smart one not appear dead, and I'm gonna make the other one that's I'll put the most clothing on, and that one's gonna be the durable one.
Now, the real choice is: do you put that one in Telemon's robe and old hat?
Yes, that's perfect.
Oh boy.
Slink his hat as far over the head as possible.
Okay.
Putting these guys in my minion bar right now.
Okay, these guys are definitely long dead.
One has 2 hit points and one has 14 hit points.
All right. On your little thing, mark that they both do D6 plus 1 for their damage or their base damage.
That's not too bad.
And like one of them has like a rusty sword and one of them has a rusty hand axe.
I'm putting that down right now.
And you can customize them as you will. But yeah, these you slide open the sarcophaguses and these 2 things, emerge. You give one of them a brain, and wow. It says, why have you? You give him a brain and also make him not appear immediately dead.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing to one of them.
Wow.
I'm gonna use him as my
I think you find like an old doublet somewhere. And I think this is maybe the guy with the sword. You dress him definitely sort of like sort of an Italian rogue almost. And he's got like very pale skin and dark hair, very very light colored eyes, mid like I guess undeterminate age, and he says, "Why have you brought us back?"
Regan will say that the fate of the universe is in question, and that Death has gone completely rogue, and there are many great things we need to address. And then he's going to say, but first we need to get some coin, and we need your help.
Coin, always with the coin. Very well.
Regan nods and says that you'll be returned to the crypt when we are done. I will make sure this happens. And then he thinks to himself about the last few times he's made these promises has not worked out so well, but hopes that he can fulfill it this time. And then he's after he gets him fixed up, he's gonna make one last prayer while he's closing his eyes. And I am casting True Seeing. And I have Serenity going for the Animate Dead, by the way, so I don't have a penalty just yet.
Okay.
And I will I will forget my True Seeing. And,
Okay.
I'm gonna leave that activated right now.
Okay, so while this is happening, Telmon and Padine, you return to the Cursed Jester.
Yes.
Um,
Is Kelvin still there?
Yep.
That's good. So I'll approach him. Kelvin.
You again.
It seems we might have cleared your name. We were able to investigate the chest, and
He raises an eyebrow.
it was able to tell us that a elf.
Yeah, magic
took
allowed us to
the
ask
silver.
the chest a few questions. As you can imagine, it was as dumb as a box of rocks.
Ask the chest.
Indeed.
Huh.
We have such powers among our group.
I don't know that that'll float with everyone else.
Yeah, perhaps.
True,
But
but at least we know.
it may lead us closer to finding the silver, at which point we could help him pay you. As you would expect, it was as dumb as a box of rocks. However, it was able to tell us that the person who took the silver out and put the rocks in was an elf, and thus you are not on the list.
Ah,
Off the
well,
hook,
that's
as it
good
were.
to know. So, what do you need from me?
Do you happen to know any elves in the area who might be among the bandits? Any descriptions of them been given by chance to the guards?
He shakes his head. I know plenty of elves. I don't know any that would be bandits, and I don't live in this town. I don't know any here.
Well, perhaps you can accompany us to where you lost the items on the night in question. That way we can investigate from there.
You change your mind on giving me payment?
Upon collecting the reward, we'll be able to pay you.
We cannot promise you payment now. We can, however, promise you a portion of the reward we promised. Should we find them?
He seems to consider it for a few
At which point
moments.
you will be paid when we are.
He trades a glance with the elven girl Shara. Like she's she's obviously heard this conversation, and then he nods. Work is work. All right, I'll come with you. Thanks, Shara. Maybe I'll be back. I assume you guys step outside while he kind of gathers his things.
Yeah.
Yes. His time.
Yeah, he emerges after a few minutes. He doesn't have much to his name. He seems to have like an old short sword and like a boiled leather chest plate. Does not seem to be what like a normal guard would be wearing for somebody guarding a wagon of precious metals or anything. He looks at you and he says, "All right, well, to the road."
Just merely go back to the guild or the guild house or the villa, as it were, and collect our
Collect the rest of our
companions,
party.
and then we shall be off.
We're bringing the old grandpa. I see.
Unfortunately,
Yes,
yes.
And the very large man that we had with us before. Or,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, you haven't met us.
He hasn't
He
met
look-
him.
So, and a very large man you have not yet met.
Great. More the merrier. He sounds thrilled. And yeah, you guys get back to the villa. By now, Regan is standing outside with what looks to be someone in Telemon's clothes. You cannot see their face because of the brim of Telemon's hat has been pulled down low and the collar is pulled up high. A very thin, tall, frail body. It looks very similar to Telemon. Instead of a staff, they have like an old axe kind of put through a loop at their belt.
I gave the frail one the sword. It just seemed to fit more. I gave
Okay,
the dumb.
You want to
Durable
complete
on
the
the
look?
axe.
My staff is in my room.
And standing beside them is a person you guys don't recognize, kind of a pale-looking guy with dark hair, sort of oily, standing around in a doublet with like kind of white sleeves, and like tan pants in like knee-high
Did
boots.
you hire some backup, Regan?
Regan will say that he recruited some backup. But yeah, we're ready to go, and you are.
These your companions.
The old one is. The other two are new.
They don't look too big to me.
Oh, he is not the one we were
It's
referring
Krios,
to.
yes.
Krios!
I walk
So
out
Krios-
the door.
Krios, you hear your name being called, and you trundle out the
Are
door.
we ready to go?
Yes. We are
Finally.
Krios.
Walk out the
Yes.
front door with my huge fucking sword.
Krios looks very irritable, like he's been wanting to go for like the last 2 hours. Like you feel a tug on your robe, Telemon.
I look.
Sarcasmos is there.
Oh, you
Will
want
I
to
be
come
coming
along?
with you, Master?
Yeah, if you wish to.
All right. Well, I've made sure that that things will be okay here. I think. And I'm pretty sure they won't burn the place down. Let's go.
Yes. We shall go to the road again.
So I think Krios and Sarcasmos just immediately take off towards the road.
I think before I stepped outside when they were coming there, I might have stopped by the goblin leader and had my obviously dead guy with the axe standing behind me and told him to make sure that everything is as we found it when we returned.
Yeah. Nor just like, I think there's nothing that's exchanged there. He just stares up at you and his jaws slack as he's staring beneath the bill of this hat at this obviously like dead Draugr sort of guy. And he like maybe nods his head a little bit when you bodily threaten him and then leave.
Yeah, that's what makes sure a little extra incentive.
Okay. So you guys leave, and you head onto the road going southeast. Calvin tells you that it's less than a day. He asks you if you guys. Well, it's kind of like, I guess it's in the afternoon now. He says you guys could get there if you traveled all the way, but you get there in the middle of the night, or you could stop part way and get there sometime in the late morning the next day. What do you guys want to do?
It seems to me that pushing on into the night will have little benefit. If we get there in the dark, it just means it's harder for us to find any clues that may be there. I would vote on camping for the night.
Yes, I agree.
All right.
Who knows? Maybe this thief will come to us in the night as well. Let's be vigilant on our guard.
Yes. I'm trying to see if this is a perilous journey or not. I don't know that this is an actual perilous journey.
I still have to make camp, though.
Yeah. Let me get a scout roll for whoever would be like specifically looking for trouble.
Given I've got my true seeing up, I could take that if no one else wants it, unless Krios
Yeah, that
wants
sounds fine. All right, a 9. If there is any trouble, you let's see here. Yeah, if there is any trouble, you know, nobody gets the drop on you, but you don't get the drop on them either. I guess we'll just go full in with this. It's not necessarily a perilous journey, but for the sake of maintaining. Who wants to be the
Quartermaster?
quartermaster? Yeah.
I'd say I'd probably go out hunting as we go, so yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Give me a whiz roll. See if you can bring back some elk or something, or a deer. Maybe like the biggest porcupine you can find. Yeah, normal number of rations are expended. So I think like
I'm
you
not
know,
successful.
not successful, unfortunately. Not to any big amount. Like I think maybe you do bring back a porcupine, but it's not enough to really satisfy anybody. It's more trouble than it's worth.
I got quills in my mouth.
Yeah. Nobody's acting as a trailblazer because you're getting Calvin to guide you. All right, now we get to do a roll here. This is one of those rolls that I've determined I will be doing in private from now on. And this is why I have my dice, so I don't have to just type GM roll all the time. And you can now hear the sound of your fate being rolled over mic.
What are you?
What does that result in?
They're ambushed by 8 hot elves. No, sorry.
Who were fortunately lacking no clothing. No, you guys don't run into anything during the trip, and you guys
Only
you guys
in Krios'
bed
dreams.
down for the night. Yeah, maybe that's what happens during the night when you're dreaming.
It's probably hot orc women in my dreams. So, or maybe not necessarily hot by human standards, but big-breasted and attractive to Brios. But okay.
Yes. All right, so you guys bed down for the night. I think you guys like we're gonna do this travel pretty quick. I think in the future we might have some, if we have a roll that determines that there's gonna be an encounter, we'll roll it out longer. But it's uneventful. You guys travel for like half a day, maybe not even that long. You bed down for the night, like at a camp. It's not like a campsite, but it's obviously by the way that the grass has been worn on the side of the road. That people have camped here before, and Calvin says that it's very much like where they camped. There's these sorts of places dotting every road, pretty much.
Are there any forests or caves nearby where you camped before, by chance?
Never camped in a cave. There is one forest along the route, but it's not very big.
Is it nearby where you camped that
He
fateful evening?
shakes his head. It's closer to the mine.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, it's dark now. He kind of waves to the dark landscape. He says, "There's the occasional small woods, but this area of Arkfall, pretty plainsy. Not a whole lot of true forests."
Okay.
And yeah, like I think you guys camp kind of between, like on the side of the road between two gradually rolling hills, and you have an uneventful night. You guys can redo your spells and whatnot as you please. Make sure everybody marks down 1 ration.
Copy that. I'm not going to commune, by the way. I'm just going to keep my stuff
Okay.
active.
That is perfectly acceptable.
Cool.
I share some raptor jerky with our new friend.
Yeah, so he tastes this. He says, "Oh, I've never had anything like this in my travels. What is it?"
Raptor.
Raptor. You mean
Big
like
lizard.
like hawk?
Big
Lizard.
lizard of many teeth.
Huge,
Huh.
horrible creature.
Never heard of one before.
I don't know much, but I don't remember much. I can't comment. Never mind.
You remember a giant maw of fangs, and that is it.
I wonder if anybody tries to talk to my, either
Oh,
of my zombies, either the sentient one or the non-sentient one.
Absolutely, Calvin tries to make conversation with both of them, and like the one in the red hat, he's probably like seated away from the fire, his hat low, and like he just gets a grunt, and he says, "Oh, not the talkative type." And the sentient one, like, he doesn't really respond a whole lot either. But like I think like there's like sort of a humorous conversation between the two. Where Regan, that this guy's talking to a dead guy, and yeah, like that's probably it.
Yeah, that'd be pretty hilarious.
I think there's also a moment where like Sarcasmos just turns his nose away from the one in Telemon's robes, and he says, "That one smells funny." Yeah, you guys awake the next morning. Let's get some travel music going. So you wake
I would certainly hope not, Regan, as we bought the place and I have no knowledge of it before that.
That would be. Telemon, why have you let this horrid priest bring us back from the dead? So you guys wake the next morning. Let me do another roll. It is a beautiful day out today. Sun is shining, hardly a cloud in the sky, blue skies. You guys are getting ready to, head out. There's like a cool, refreshing breeze, and you can see like the sea of grass kind of like flowing with the breeze. I don't think you've ever seen anything like this before, Krios. It kind of boggles you. You
The
feel
openness.
ve-
I've always
I
been
think
closed
like you
in
feel
jungle.
like you're gonna fall off the face of the world almost. Like the sky looks like it's going to swallow you.
I like standing and face it bravely. My chin up.
Yeah, it's a very very pleasant start to the day.
Wonderful
Let's
day,
get another
flowing fields, a nice breeze.
set of rolls from everybody. So another scout roll, another trailblaze, or
Terrible.
quartermaster. I mean.
Quartermaster did pretty well.
Yeah, so I think Krios, maybe he's not used to rationing for so many people, and he munches a little bit overmuch on the on maybe like you guys have some roast pig that he's just never had before.
He's obviously disturbed about the lack of the jungle being
Yeah,
open skies.
maybe you're comfort eating. And every time you guys look over, like Krios is just stuffing his
Nom, nom,
face. So an extra ration probably used. Regan, if there is anything, you probably spot it. Let us see. Nope. Yeah, again, a beautiful day to be traveling. So several hours in, it's probably close to 11 o'clock. Just before noon. You all, you're not gonna have to mark rations yet. This was kind of our day's travel. You start to get close to, or I guess Calvin warns you that you're getting close. He says, "I think I can see it on the horizon." Yeah. You see, like he points. He says, "You see that cliff over there?" And it's sort of a cliff. It's like there's a hill off in the distance, fairly well away from the road. It looks sort of like a wave almost. It's very clear that there was a hill there, and then part of it collapsed, and it left like this overhang. He says, "I remember that. Yes. It's not really near, but yeah, I remember that. Shouldn't be too far now."
This wasn't a landmark you could have spoke of earlier.
He kind of smiles to you. He says, "Must have slipped my mind."
Of course.
So yeah, you guys start to get closer. And he says, "Here it is." There's actually no visible marking here at the end of the road. And he says, "This way," and he leads everybody like around a very low, small hill. Like it's hard to call it a hill, really. And on the other side, kind of shielded from view, is obviously the remains of a camp. And beyond that is another kind of larger hill, and you can't see beyond that. There's a few trees here. Like it's not like there's just grass for as long as the eyes can see, and there's no trees anywhere. But like there's just a few. There's a stand of a few trees. There's a small, tiny little pool of water, like maybe as big as a hot tub. Yeah. This is. He says this is the place.
I will take out my symbol of Haldimi and cast guidance. I'll ask Felinda Daria to aid us and point out the direction of the elvish thief, which way they went after they stole the silver.
Guidance. Simple everyday appears before you and gestures to. Oh, that reminds me of something that I totally forgot to mention. It was in my notes and I just neglected it. I'm really sorry about this. I should have done it. I don't mean to screw up the entire scene. It is an extremely pleasant day today. The sun is out, no clouds in the sky. It's pleasant for everybody but Padine.
Oh,
Padine, it is unusually hot today. Um, like it's sunny. The sun's constantly in your eyes. You're constantly having like sweating. You're constantly having to take a drink from your water skin. Like you're looking over and you're like, oh, is anybody else hot? I'm hot. Um, like your skin's kind of red. Um, like by the time you get to your destination, you are well and truly sunburned. Um, and nobody else really seems to be. Like, yeah, like I think like you're miserable and you're looking over, nobody else is really miserable, and everybody notices that like over the day, Padine slows down a little bit. He looks a bit exhausted. His clothes are covered in sweat. His hair's a little bit mussed. Um, yeah. So I wanted to make sure you knew that.
Regan notices this. Would this be mistaken or not even perhaps mistaken? Is this shared something like commonly known plague or disease that I might have knowledge of?
uh, do you want to
let's
spout more on this?
For that.
You know what? I think I will. I've been to enough
I'll roll
plague
it.
sites, picking up enough
What
bodies.
is What is your intelligence modifier?
I believe it's a +1. I will tell you in 1 second.
Okay.
Is he gonna do the DM roll with him? Oh,
Yeah, I
Oh,
just
it's
rolled
2.
it.
It's 2. It's +2 for whatever result I got.
Okay.
I apologize.
Um,
Figure for
yeah.
my time picking up bodies, so I might recognize. these
You
things.
have
One second.
you have seen people with all sorts of diseases or plagues or something. It might be tetanus. He is very clearly sick.
The spirits have taken hold of him.
Padine, you just don't. You're a bit exhausted. You have like it's just been like it's almost like you've been marching under a really hot sun and nobody else seems to have noticed. But yeah, Regan, you definitely think he's like suffering from some sort of some sort of malady.
So now, kind of wiping my brow and a little out of breath, I will cast guidance for Felindaria to give me aid for which way the thief went. Which I rolled 8 on, so I will. I'll forget the spell after I cast it.
Okay, right. So you hold up your amulet, right?
Yeah, it's like on a necklace. I hold it up in front of me.
Boy, it is really hot today, and like the sun is really bright, and it kind of glints off of the amulet. It gets in your eyes, and it blinds you for a few seconds, and like you look back, and your necklace is just kind of hanging there, twisting. No breeze arrives at all.
Regan will probably come over near Padine and ask if everything is all right. You appear to have fallen ill. Perhaps you spent some time with an unfortunate tavern girl.
No, I haven't had time for that, but I asked for Felindaria's aid on showing us where the thief went, and I've gotten no response. Could mean one of two things. Either he's still somewhere here, or I've been forsaken by my deity.
Regan will say that she seems to have forsaken you often, Padine. It is unfortunate. But I believe we may not need the divine to find it at this point. We may be able to do it through conventional means. We have an expert tracker here.
Oh. Okay.
Everybody looks around for the expert tracker.
Yeah. I just kind of.
Regan just assuming Krios is, even though I know he's not. Like a jungle hunting raptors, so I figure he's got to be an expert tracker, of course.
Yes, if a raptor stole the silver, we would be able to find.
So yeah, how does everybody respond to this? Like all right, we know what Padine and Regan are doing. Krios and Telamon, how are you investigating the situation?
I guess I'll look around for any signs or whatnot. Just examine the camp.
Okay. How are you examining?
We know it was an elf. They may have left footprints, as some say. It was a couple days ago, so they might be
Hmm.
faint.
This is good, old well now young man. He almost said old man, but he's not old anymore.
Old young man.
Old young man. Perhaps I shall assist you in looking.
Okay. Right. So
Although I think it's much better for me to assist you in looking, but
Whichever way you wish. Going
right.
to
So
look.
Telmon, you want to roll your bond with Krios to give him aid?
yes, we shall do that. 2d6 plus 1 it is, and the answer is...
That's a success.
11.
All right.
Nice.
Krios, you get a +1. What do you do? Describe to me how you go about trying to discern the area and look for any sign that somebody was here. Like, I can
walk
tell
in
you
a circle
immediately.
looking for like bent grasses and footprints and disturbed earth and stuff.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely good. Give me a roll.
Wisdom, I guess.
Yes, with successful aid from Telemon.
That's a
Shit,
d20.
not 1d20.
Wrong.
Fuck. Sorry. Too many games recently.
50% is a fail.
Okay. What is a partial on discern?
I think it's one question instead of 3.
One question, yeah. All right, let me tell you what you know before I let you ask, because there's a few things that it becomes evident to you as you're kind of perusing the situation. Like there's a slight trail here leading from the road to this little campsite. It's obviously that this campsite is occasionally used, but not used as often as the road. Like you understand what wagons are from your brief time here, so it looks like you've seen some wagon wheels travel through this trail. It's only like maybe a dozen feet from the road. You can see where the wagon was obviously parked. Like there's these deep sort of ruts. They've filled in over the kind of intervening days, but you can still make it out, and you can make out a lot of heavy footprints. You take it to mean that these people might have been carrying something heavy. They might have been armored or something. You kind of assume that these might have been the guards, and it's all generally limited to like the area around this kind of disused small fire pit. And you see like the evidence where maybe a tent or two had been set up, where maybe there were some pegs. So what question do you want to ask me?
What here is useful or valuable to me?
Okay. You're following your eyes, and you don't see anything initially at first, and you get down really low. And you see that like there seems to be a depression in the grass leading not towards the road, but actually into the grass between the two hills, like just out into the wilderness. And you start, I think, Telemon, you see Krios start to follow his way that way. And you're helping him, and you make your way that way, and you come across what seems to be like a place where somebody was standing, and you draw Krios's attention to it, and Krios comes. Krios, you can obviously see that
He of the primal senses. I believe I have found something over here.
yeah, you can obviously make out that there was at least like you're not used to really tracking on these sorts of grasses, but you can make out that it wasn't just one person going to the camp to make water during the night. It seems like maybe 2 or 3 people, probably more, were on the edge of the camp, and like maybe crouched. Like you have to think like because they're in such close proximity, that's why this much grass is disturbed. It would be hard to. It's actually hard to see. Most of the grass is kind of straightened back up. And you can just barely make out a trail leading kind of around this large hill that's behind the camp and just off into the plains. You wouldn't have been able to see it without close examination.
Several people passed, or several creatures passed here. Not as heavy as the guards.
And it goes back around the hill.
Yes.
Ah, good then. So it's not simply traveling on the road, and it seems to not be someone having to relieve themselves in the middle of the night, because I would not think a group of people would do that. Perhaps should we alert the others to this fact?
If they found anything first, but yes.
Regan, Padine, how you doing?
I've been better.
Yeah,
You can look
Padine's like,
around
I
and
think
say that,
seated him down on a log, maybe. And Padine's like,
I'm standing now next to the one in Talamon's old clothes, and I specifically get Kelvin's attention, and I point at the thing in Talamon's clothes, and I says, "Kelvin, this thing is dead." And I take off its hat and I put it on my head.
he just says, "Oh, what
It's
is, what
fine.
is?"
It's under our control. It's the magics that Regan uses.
Magics. What you he's looking back to you, he's like, "Man, this is dead." And like it turns to stare at him and he just starts like falling back.
What is the
Regan-
meaning of this, Regan? You said nothing about this to me.
Regan will turn to Telemon and say that this is commonplace for us, Telemon. We have been through this many times in the past. I forget that you do not remember. I'll turn back to the man and say, do not fear them. They will not harm you as long as I am in control.
The other one too, and like the other one says, "Oh yes, I'm afraid so. My lad, I've been dead for centuries." He like tips his hat to him.
Damn. Hey, where's some old bodies then?
Regan will look down at the man and say that the dead have an undeserved reputation.
He's just staring in horror, but he's not like fleeing now.
I am very much alive, if that helps any.
I'll call over to Krios. What did you find, big man?
Group of people went round hill.
Oh, a group. Can you
Meanwhile,
Tracks not as deep as those of metal.
Huh.
Light traps? Light tracks
Light
from a
traps.
light step.
Spears emerged from the hill and impaled him.
Perhaps our elvish thief was one of them. We should follow, I think.
You guys are having
wait a
this
minute.
conversation, and I think Regan, you look over and you see Sarcasmos just like inquisitively poking the zombie in Telemon's clothing, and like the zombie turns and he just goes, at Sarcasmos, and Sarcasmos pokes him again.
Oh god. Yeah, I think while this is going on, I'm going to be shuffling through my adventuring gear, and this is an item that I don't know if you would think I should, or really, it's kind of, I guess, an undocumented item. I want to try and pull out some smelling salts to give to Badine in case he starts to lose consciousness, since there's no real way back right now.
That could be in your adventuring gear. Do you want to pull that out necessarily now?
I
mean,
guess
he
can
hasn't
hold off
lost
until
consciousness
until he
yet.
starts to lose. Okay, you know, I might hold off as long as I can do it.
I'll
If he
wait till
starts
I
to,
pass.
He definitely like he does not look good. I think like now you're sure
look
that he's
like you ate-
he's in.
Pardon, look like you ate bad Marusha shroom.
Yeah, I think it's just the sun. I put the hat on me to help shield. Let us move on.
Before we leave the area, I would like to detect magic upon the camp.
Ooh,
I'm
okay, give me a
sure
roll.
I'll get magic from the undead guys, and probably from us too with the magic items. But that's not what I'm looking for.
Give him a roll.
A
Give-
roll you shall have, DM.
Give us DM roll.
And survey says when it stops rolling.
8. Really? It's still rolling for you?
Oh, it stopped. It's underneath the thing, so I can't see it.
Yeah.
8 it is. I will detect. I'll forget the spell. Thank God I can
and how are
actually
you
do that
detecting?
again.
Yep. How are you detecting?
Sight. Do the normal detection.
Okay, so you're looking around, and you see this is gonna be a hilarious scene. You look around and you see Sarcasmos, and he's got his kind of normal magic aura. From one of his pouches, there's like pouring forth just this blinding light of magic just from beneath the seams, and he's just kind of like standing there with a smile on his face, like all innocent.
Out of curiosity, would I have been seeing this before, or would I still see this too? Because I've had True Seeing on since we've left.
You cut through illusions and see to things that are hidden. You don't see magic with your vision.
Okay, okay.
Like I have to differentiate between that and detect magic. Otherwise, there's no reason to have it. Like there's like the fact that he has a magic item in his pouch doesn't mean that he's trying to hide it. It's just like just because it's hidden from view doesn't mean it's like
okay. That makes complete sense.
You do bring up a good point. Let me look at True Seeing. This is a confusing spell.
Yeah,
because
I do think that it is kind of
you pierce illusions and sing. Like I think it has to be like, hidden from plain view.
I think that's fine as well. I mean, I have to admit it's kind of funkily written. It can be taken in very
For me,
broad
in
ways.
D&D, at least as far as D&D goes, True Seeing has always been a high-level spell for the piercing of illusions and
that's
disguises and that
basically
kind of stuff.
it. You're gonna get a little bit of this, Regan. Let's see here. You scan over and you see Regan. He's got very odd magical energy to him. Like it's almost like you can see through him at some points. And he doesn't seem to notice it, but he's like, he's almost translucent for a few moments. There's something around Krios's neck that's magical. You see it as his amulet. You look over. Both of the zombies are radiating very, very, very low amounts of magic, just like barely enough to kind of register that they're being magically resurrected. Now the two funny, I guess we'll do the funny thing first and the intriguing thing second. You glance past Padine and you have to squint your eyes. And you turn back because it's so bright, and there is basically like this beam of magical energy that's like focused straight on him, and it's coming straight from the sky. And it
great.
reminds you of a beam of sunlight. And he just seems to be standing in it.
What you looking at?
And like as you're looking at him, like you see a bead of sweat roll down his cheek. You look past him, and you see Calvin. To an even lesser extent than the zombies, there is actually the faintest lingering hint of a magical aura around Calvin. It's impossible to determine what it is. It's almost like you're seeing sort of a mist. And what is there is even now sort of starting to fade. There's not much there. It's just like you get the vaguest hint that there was some sort of magical effect there at some point.
Any magic around the area other than the people?
And you look at the camp.
Do the spirits tell you anything?
There was a
young
spot on the ground. Probably it's kind of like a cloud, like more of like a glob. Maybe 8 feet by 6 feet. Like it's sort of irregularly shaped, that just has a very, very faint recognition of fading magic. Like the soil itself there was at one point in the recent past inundated with magic.
Several things intrigue me. First of all, pertaining to you, Padine, it seems to be there's some type of I don't know, like a magically enhanced sunlight beam or something. Perhaps that is what you're feeling.
What?
Does anybody back up like 15 feet and look at Padine?
I definitely back away with
Inching
the
away.
spirits.
Yeah,
The
Regan
like
sun's
could
light
actually-
seems to
you
be
back
more
up,
intense
it is
around
actually
Regan will step
very
towards
clear.
Padine and look up.
it's actually very clear that like because if you were standing close to him, it's hard to tell. But if you were walking like 15 or 20 feet away, it's like there's a single beam of sunlight just following him around, like directly on top of him. It's like it's noticeably brighter, and it goes all the way up to the clouds.
It's quite strange. Perhaps you should get into the shade.
The sun god seems to have taken interest in you, or the great spirit of the ball of fire in the sky.
I probably had my hat on for a little while now. Am I noticing any change in?
Oh, well, I mean,
from
like,
having the hat on?
The hat is now hot. You're still sweating. Like
The hat bursts
essentially,
into
like
flames.
it's like you are still hot. It's like I think Telemon, like it is a very simple thing. Like maybe somebody enchanted this sun ray to just follow him around.
I take a water skin, dump it over the hat.
There's a noticeable like kind of misting effect. It's not like it's not red hot or anything. But yeah, like
The
it
water boils away.
Perhaps
gives-
we will have to do something about
it
that.
gives
upon-
Padine some much needed relief, and it becomes apparent that he's suffering from heat exhaustion and not
There
some
is-
sort of poison
There's
or
that water pool.
or
You could
tetanus.
perhaps lay down in it and cool off a bit.
Do we see any shelter nearby that he could perhaps? go
There's
into
like
for
a
the moment?
trio of trees that have grown up near this hot tub-sized water pool
I'll
that's
go over
fairly
by the
tepid.
trees now that I know that this beam of
They're
light is
very
following me.
small. They're fairly pathetic. You can get a little bit of relief there.
Yeah, I'll go sit down underneath them.
Yeah, this is the equivalent of like that one single cloud that follows the cartoon character
Yeah.
around and rains on them, except it's just a sunlight.
I'll probably yell over to Telemon. Have you ever heard of a magic to do this? Perhaps they are. Perhaps someone is attempting to track Padine because we grow too close to their treasure.
I have not heard of this before, but it is within the realm of possibility.
Padine, I think it would occur to you that Felinda Daria is specifically associated with something relevant to this.
Light, yes.
Yes, like I think
But
this
not-
definitely
usually
occurs
not
to you.
Sunlight, like heat light. It's just like light.
Well, light is heat. Like light is energy. There's no difference between sunlight and light.
Yes.
Well,
In other news, we should try to hurry about our facts quickly before our friend succumbs to heat exhaustion. But there are some other things. This area here upon the ground seems to have some type of magical aura about it. In the recent past, something may have been done here.
Yeah, definitely mostly faded.
Not currently there, but something may have done. Perhaps you know something about the area, Calvin?
This is where we camped, he said,
Is it just like a specific area on the
still
ground?
staring at the zombie.
Regan will
Yes,
sound frustrated and turn to Telemon and say, "Our companion is literally being cooked by the sky, and you worry still of this? We'll speak of this later. We need to save Padine first."
He's
Sure.
boiling like an egg on top of a Humvee. Do something.
There is the water there. If you see some shade about you,
I'm underneath the trees.
You're
I think
in the shade
Sarcasmos
of a
is
couple
filling up
scraggly
his own
trees.
hat, and he's currently dumping water on Padine, like over and over again.
Oh, that's refreshing.
Perhaps
The
we
go-
just
the
give
Goblin
him some
Bucket
water
Brigade.
skins and he continuously dunks his head.
Okay, I'm now
Continue,
substantially
Telemon.
drenched now.
Yeah, you're drenched. It
One
provides you a
wonders
little bit of relief.
what would happen if the person the light was hitting was invisible. Would it pass through him instead?
Or would it magnify?
It's like a prism.
Or would it cook his
Rainbow.
internal organs?
So continue,
Weekend.
Telemon. I think you were saying something.
Also, Calvin, you seem to have some type of magical aura about you. It is fading, as if it was a spell was cast upon you recently. Perhaps it is something that should explain your condition.
Condition?
But not your condition. Perhaps your lapse the previous night. It may not have been your fault.
Could magic do that?
There are several magics. You could have perhaps the sleep spell in particular could have made you doze off, and you may not even have been aware of it. It'd be very much like natural sleep.
You'd know more about that than I would. He just kind of looks at you and shrugs, and then his eyes start tracking back towards the zombie.
Yes, I understand they're quite strange. I'm a bit concerned about it myself, but they do not seem to be harming us at the moment. I believe you had some pleasant conversation with the one the other night, even. The other one, on the other hand, I'd be careful about it, but...
Alright, so Sarcasmus dumps one last load of water onto Padine, and he's like, he backs up a few steps because he's obviously getting a little bit of heat exhaustion just by standing next to you. That should go do for now, Padine.
I wonder what it is. Now that I've kind of refreshed a little bit, I'm going to try to do a spout lore on what kind of magic this could be affecting me.
Okay, yeah, give me a roll, or actually, I guess I'll roll. What is
I'll
your
do this.
intelligence?
I'll do the slash GM roll with you.
I'm doing all spout lore from now on.
Really?
I think. Yeah, I don't think it's fair to the others that you get to see what you're rolling if they don't.
Okay.
We're not going to be relying on anybody
Int
to.
is one.
Yeah. Okay. You. By the way, for that earlier roll, Regan, you can mark XP.
I didn't realize I failed.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's obviously not suffering from some sort of disease.
Ooh, 13.
I was thinking about this last night. My philosophy going forward is I'm going to roll this. Sometimes I will just tell you, like I am going to now, Padine, you can mark XP. You don't know anything. Sometimes I won't tell you anything, or I won't tell you that, and I will just tell you something wrong.
Gotcha.
I'm just going to say nothing strikes your mind.
So
Alrighty.
if we fail,
You
you'll
rolled
mark
a 5,
experience
by the way.
at the end of the session?
No, I mean you mark experience now. If I don't tell you you fail, I will tell you sometime later.
Okay.
After we are dead. 'Cause we backed
After
up
it
information.
becomes apparent that you actually did fail on that roll, or if it never becomes apparent at the end of the session.
Like if Regan would have spouted lore about the wind.
Yeah. Well,
fell into the pit and died. Yeah, you got experience for that, by the
well,
way.
imagine if that roll to detect alignment that you made was actually a spout lore. If we had made that in private, I would have just told you what I told you, and then at the end of the session, I would have said, actually mark XP because you failed that one. All right, so yeah,
Oh,
you
did you
you
tell
don't know any
Recluse you gave
magic
him
that could be
experience
doing.
for diffusing that situation the other time?
Oh yes,
What?
I did give you experience. When we were talking about it later, it occurred to me that you actually did you didn't diffuse a specific situation. You basically diffused the entire situation where with Regan coming back to life and Telemon getting switched bodies and stuff. You were the only person that was aside from Sarcasmos keeping the group calm and together and not lighting each other on fire.
Okay, yeah. that
So
makes
I
sense.
gave you XP for that, and I already marked
Okay,
it.
I thought I was a little higher than what I remembered.
Yep,
off as,
yep.
but
I
okay.
gave you XP.
Cool, thank you.
So yeah, it doesn't occur. You don't know any specific reason why this would be. Of course, there are probably spells that have something to do with light, but you don't know any specific spell that would make a shaft of light follow you around from the sky.
Do
Angel
we have
suggesting
anything,
we can find some.
Big and round? I don't think we do we?
The closest thing you have is that hat.
Yeah.
Which he's already
Which I
using, so...
Yeah, I don't really need right now as I'm under the trees, kind of, I guess. The little trees. They're probably shading me just as much as the hat would.
In case the magic that's against him is unholy, are you still in the pool of water, Padine?
No, they kind of brought the pool to me.
Yeah, like I imagine you're sitting at the edge of it and you're not
Yeah.
actually in it. So what do you guys do? You
should
have
follow
some
the
issue.
track.
We find a cave so we can blot out this light before we are found by the people we track.
He shall
We are
be
sitting
fine
there.
as long as you continue dousing him in water.
I mean,
Yes,
is,
but
it,
we can be seen.
It'll
from a
make him
distance.
stronger.
is it terribly noticeable?
I wish to reach out and touch Padine's clothes, and I wish to use prestidigitation to cool them.
Yeah, give me a roll.
I've discovered I can do this.
It's like
Yeah.
the Back to the Future clothes. Drying.
He can
9.
also lace up your boots.
Yes.
How long it lasts for?
Technically, it says if you touch an item as part of the casting, you can make cosmetic changes to it, clean it, soil it, cool it, warm it, flavor it, or change its color.
Probably heat back up again after some time. Not too long, actually.
I mean, it's temporary. It's not going to be like hours. It'll be temporary relief at best.
Okay, I will take -1 ongoing then. I'll have to cast it again later. Actually,
Okay.
no. I'm gonna attract unwanted attention. See what that does.
Oh God!
Okay. All right.
That was my curiosity.
A
You
blizzard
definitely
sucks.
feel much cooler there, Padine. You look up. You can't really see anything, but like there's leaves above you. You say, is it noticeable? Sarcasmo says, maybe.
How noticeable?
On a scale of 1 to lighthouse.
Oh wow.
I could do something about it, but I would have to prepare my spells first. I did not prepare to spell magic today.
Yeah, I was gonna say shit.
Vegan
So
says if we can find
Calvin
a
is just
shelter,
like, what's
perhaps I
going
can-
on?
If we can
Padine's
find
here
a
seems to be affected by some type of magic that is intensifying the rays of the sun. It is making him incredibly overheated.
Come, Calvin, we shall explore these tracks.
Regan will say that if we can-
all right, Krios. All right.
These guys are worried about the sun god. It's okay. They do this a lot.
Really?
Regan will suggest if we can find a place of
By
shelter
this, Krios
that I
means
can,
you discuss matters of the spirits a lot.
I can teach
Oh,
Padine
okay.
how to use the art of shadow to potentially block this out. But we would need to find some shelter first.
So you're looking for shelter?
That's what Regan suggested. We find a shelter to deal with this Padine situation.
Well, you're
before
out
we
in the
press
middle of
on.
the plains.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
Do you want to climb one of these hills next to you, like low hills, to see if you can see anything?
Yeah, if there's any caves or anything, I'll definitely take a look. Or any.
So you climb one of the hills. And I mean, like the only thing that really stands out, I guess there's two things. You know that kind of, I guess there's that ridge slash hill that I described earlier that looked like part of it had broken off. And you don't know if there's a cave over there, but you can see bare rock. Like it looks like there's an outcropping. That probably has some shade. Between that and the hill are a couple hills, and then there looks to be a small woods. Those are probably the only things, I guess, near that look like they might have some sort of shelter from the sun.
Regan will relay this information to Padine and ask him what he wants to do.
Well, was there a time when I noticed I started getting hot? Was it like within the last hour, or has it been?
It was
like that all
today.
day? Okay, so I think after a short rest I can go on. I just don't want to give away my position to anybody who we might be trying to sneak up on. So I should probably stay back from the rest of you.
It shall not matter if we are detected or not.
Then
We
you
will
walk off.
slay them
Let
and
them
eat their,
come.
eat their children anyway.
Yes.
Regan nods and says that he will probably stay with Badine if we
Very well. I
we
shall
require it.
press on with Krios then. If you would feel faint again, I can and try to cool your clothes off again. It will provide temporary relief, and it may make a difference.
Yes, thank you, Tal. That was refreshing.
Okay.
Krios, do not accidentally dismember my companion, and I'm going to point over to the durable one and say protect that one, and I'm going to point to Telemon. And then I'm going to see if it'll follow Telemon.
You get a, and then it starts to like Telemon.
Protecting me?
Somebody wearing your
Th-
own robes starts to shamble towards you.
That Padine there is nearly fainting of heat exhaustion. You tell him to protect me?
I will protect Padine along with the brains of this operation, and I'll kind of laugh as I point over to the my fellow zombie.
The other zombie looks at you and gives you kind of like a 2-finger salute.
Do I look like a frail
that
old
get
man
broke
to you?
All right, so you want to go ahead with Krios, and I assume Sarcasmos.
Yes.
Are you taking Calvin with you?
Krios already has Calvin.
Yeah. All right. So Calvin says, do you think the people who stole the silver are up here? I mean, I signed up to lead you guys here. I didn't sign up to fight anyone.
We pay you coin. You listen.
No, I think it might be a bit crude. This seems to be the way they went. You do not have to come if you don't wish to. It does seem to be that we have found a location, and you have led us to a trail. You can leave if you'd like to, I think.
Well, I haven't gotten paid yet.
Well, neither have we. When we find the silver, we will get paid.
Well, I'd rather go with you than stay back there with the crazy
I'm
one.
back. Sorry.
So
went this
yeah,
way.
yeah. So you guys start following the trail, and go back ahead. It starts leading you off into the woods and that hill with the cliff.
Okay.
So so you guys go ahead. How long, like Padine, you don't want to give anything away, so like do you guys just wait here for the others to return?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to.
Okay. All right. So it's Helmon and Krios. You're leading Sarcasmos, and then probably 10 paces behind Calvin across the fields, and you eventually come across. You follow the trail to these small woods, not very large, and the trail, like as it were, kind of ends here, Krios.
Obvious trail ends here in this small copse.
Yes. It would seem that you might have to do further investigating to pick up their trail, or maybe there's something here.
Draw my sword and enter the copse.
Yeah. All right. So the barbarian kind of enters with his sword drawn. Yeah. It's
I wish to further examine the area before I follow the barbarian. My odds of getting
Okay.
it successfully are pretty bad, but
So what are you doing to investigate the area?
I wish to look for where the trail continues. It's here. I would think it would probably pick up somewhere else.
How are you doing that?
Examine the ground for bent grasses and exposed areas like that may have been changed.
Okay, all right. Give me a discern realities roll.
No, not 2d96. So, one question. It's probably going to be the same one.
Okay.
Actually, let's do what happened here recently.
All right, so you're looking about, and you spot. I think Krios walks past it, and maybe he's having an off day, because he doesn't spot the small pool. It's not even a pool. It's like a small discoloration in the the bark and the soil of the underbrush. You spot it, Telemon, and you see that obviously the soil has been discolored by blood here. Not a lot. It's probably like maybe a square foot in diameter. Do you take a closer look?
Yeah, but I alert Krios to the fact that that he did so, just so he knows what he's walking into. Krios, beside you, there's seems to have been some blood there.
Means not. Could be small animal. Could be anything. Blood is commonplace.
Perhaps so, but I found a bit of blood at the end of the trail is a bit more meaningful than a spot of blood in the middle of the forest. I go over and
Continue
examine
to
it.
explore the cops while he looks at it.
Yeah, so you kneel down next to the blood. What do you want to know?
Like you say, it's on like a bush.
No, it's on the ground. Like I guess beneath, not directly beneath, but like kind of partially obscured by like a low fern.
Looks like there's like signs of a scuffle here, or
No,
this
no,
seems
not
to
a
be
whole
the
lot.
blood pattern of like a puncture wound by like an arrow, or like something like slashed open, or
How would you tell how
I
the
would
puncture
figure,
wound
like-
was made?
well, I don't need to know how it was made, but like if it was a puncture wound, I expect it to be like like a stream of blood or something that got run off. Whereas like
That, yeah,
if something
that's
got
intelligent.
slashed open, it'd be like a
This
big
is
gout.
this is definitely more of an even pool, fairly circular. It looks like something was here and bled out. Judging by the size, not a human. If a human bled out here, it would be much more. Like I guess you put your finger into the blood. It's partially dry. It looks like maybe it's about a day old.
Puncture wound, perhaps from an arrow or something along those lines.
Definitely makes sense. I think you spot a let's see here. You spot a tuft of hair caught on a piece of bark on a tree nearby.
I examine it.
It looks a little bit like deer hair.
Somebody was hunting nearby. Nobody in your party went out hunting, did they, Calvin?
He shakes his head.
Hmm.
That looks too fresh, anyway.
True. Was 3 days ago, I believe. 4 now, I guess.
He nods.
Perhaps a recent hunting expedition then. Perhaps someone lives in the nearby area. This copse of trees is thicker than the rest, or is it just like the same as we've been going through?
What do you mean thicker than the rest?
We're at a copse of trees, right? Or is it, we've been walking? Oh, we've been walking on the plains, haven't we?
You've been walking along the plains.
So this
This is like the only substantial woods that you've really come across in the last little while.
And okay, I wish to go catch up with Krios then.
Okay, yeah. Sarcasmos is like walking on. He's like, it seems like somebody might be nearby then.
It does seem that way.
So Krios, you're wandering through the jungle, or not the jungle, maybe in your
I
mind.
feel at
it's the
home in the jungle.
You're wandering through the forest. Do you have a purpose in mind?
Determining if someone has been here within the last 2 days, or lives here.
Well, I mean, like it seemed like Telemon was doing that, and you just kind of brushed it off. What
Small drop
strikes
of
you as
blood. This just seems like hunting, but you know.
well, hunting means somebody was here.
I think someone's in here, so I entered with sword drawn, looking. That's about the gist of it.
How long do you look?
How big is the copse?
If you look through the entire thing, it'll probably take you an hour.
Yeah, I keep an eye out for like small animals I could hunt while I'm doing this, but yeah.
So, so Krios basically doesn't like answer you a whole lot there, Telemon. He seems to be like in jungle mode. At one point, he slashes the head off of a squirrel, that just happened to be like kind of scurrying up a tree, and he kind of like lashes it to his belt, I think. Yeah, you don't find any people in the small wooded area.
Well, doesn't seem to be anyone here. However, they do seem that people have been here before. Perhaps they stopped to hunt game.
So
Perhaps passing through.
back at the campsite, Padine and Regan, what are you doing?
I am currently with Padine trying to find any way I can to comfort him.
Water every once in a while, probably.
Yeah, it's growing more frequent now that Telemon is gone.
I'm not getting much shade underneath these trees, huh?
I told you they're pretty small
small.
trees.
Trees, okay.
And there's only 3 of them.
Regan will comment that it's a shame we do not have a mirror or a place to get out of the sun while we coordinate a way to save their situation.
Yeah, so maybe when the others return, they'll found some shelter, perhaps.
Our camping gear, do we have things like tents? I'm just curious, or do we not? We don't have tents, I'm assuming.
Could be in our adventure gear. We'd have to use these.
You guys have like bedrolls. I don't know that you have full tents. I think that would be like you could say that you have that in your adventuring gear, but bedrolls you don't have to pull from your adventuring gear. But I think maybe a tent you would.
Maybe we could stretch a bedroll across to make a little like lean-to type thing in the little trees to give it more shade.
Mm-hmm. All right, so back in the forest, Krios, you haven't found anybody in the wood.
Perhaps we should
Keith a
climb a
little bit.
tree and get a good vantage point. It strikes me that this seems to be a place where one would hunt, and in the grasslands that would be hard to come by. Perhaps they stay within sight of here.
I look up at the trees to consider like how easy these would be to climb.
Far easier than the ones that you're used to climbing in the jungle.
Are they like sparse enough that they could hide something,
What do you mean?
or dense enough?
Hide, like, I mean, and
Or
are
can
you
I
saying,
see like?
are
Or can
any
I
of
see
these
all the
trees
way?
hiding a person? Is that your
Or
question?
is it possible that they could be?
It is feasible that one of the trees in the small wooded forest could potentially be housing a person who has just thus far not remained detected to you. It is entirely possible.
Once again, Foster, your hmms don't come through.
Yeah. You want to climb, or shall I?
Oh, I'm young and sprightly. I could attempt it, though these roads are not exactly conducive to climbing.
With that doubtful response, I climb a tree.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you pick like the tallest tree you can find.
Whatever one has the densest branches.
Yeah. Okay. So Krios goes and he finds a tree, maybe rubs his hands in the soil a little bit, takes a professional look at it for 2 seconds, and then just starts climbing the shit out of that tree. Um, and like in 5 seconds, he's just out, like in the canopy. Krios, you get slightly over the general canopy of the forest because you've picked a good solid tree, and you have a fairly good view. You get some obstructions here or there. You can see the tops of all the trees. You can see some of the plains about you. What are you on the lookout for?
Any figures on the plains? I imagine I could see quite a distance. Scuff marks where other people could possibly have climbed through trees, stuff like that.
Back to the south, you can see the road off in the distance. You see the two hills where the camp lies between, although you can't see Regan or Padine, but you know exactly where Padine is because you can see the shaft of light just coming down from the sky. Like you turn around and you start scanning the rest. You don't see any figures on the plains, but your attention is drawn to this this hill off in the distance. Like it's a small ridge where part of it seems to have collapsed in some sort of tectonic activity at one point and formed a cliff. You see, not very clearly, some sort of camp over there. Like you think you see the top of a tent. That's about it. But like you just get the vaguest sense that there's like something man-made over there, lying like generally beneath this sort of cliff, in the cover between a couple hills. And it's basically beyond the forest.
Alright, so I climb back down and I inform Tell that there is a possible house habitation area.
Oh, did you? Where now?
They
It's a
have
little bit further
scraps
to the
of
north.
canvas over poles to the north.
The north.
Yep.
Very well. I think we should return
Between
to
two
Regan and
hills.
Padine. Perhaps we can prepare some spells at that time. Let me consult my spellbook. I can maybe do something about that ray of light that Padine is dealing with, and then we shall investigate the camp. I think.
As long as it is not long.
No more than an hour or so.
How much daylight is left? Can I tell?
Quite a lot.
Very
You
well.
are
It's about noon.
you're
probably.
yeah, it's probably about 1 o'clock. So yeah, you guys make your way back. It takes like 45 minutes, and you come around, and you see Padine being, taking shelter beneath some bedrolls that are tied to the trees. He looks miserable, and there's this it's really bright over him, like the sunlight just coming straight down on it. And in Padine and Regan, you see the others return.
Well, looks like you've been worse for wear, Padine. Let me help you with that. I will do prestidigitation again.
Ah,
All right.
Oh, they stacked.
Maybe.
10. Yeah, I just cast it.
All right. Yeah. So you cool down again. You get some welcome relief.
We went a ways north from here and found a copse of trees. It looks like some hunting's been done there. Found some blood from what looks like an arrow wound, but not enough to be human, so probably a small animal of some type.
Here, squirrel, dinner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
quite
Krios
possibly.
just holds out a squirrel without a head.
Or
Perhaps-
small furry creature.
Perhaps you could prepare that, Krios. Perhaps a stew? I don't think there's enough there for all of us.
So Casmo says, "My, even young, he easily gets sidetracked." Like he leans towards Regan.
I'm sorry. Yes, back to the encampment. Ways north from that, Krios here says he climbed a tree, as it were. And a ways north, there appears to be an encampment between two hills. I assume it's that collapsed area we've been talking about for a while.
Yeah, there's basically a cliff.
Between two hills, there seems to be a cliff. Krios says he believes he saw some tents there. Perhaps they're who we're looking for. It occurs to me that we could perhaps rest for an hour here, prepare some spells. Not actually rest. We don't need to rest, but I could refresh some different spells in my spell book. Then
Rest is a fine word for it.
Perhaps then I can deal with that ray problem you're having, Padine.
Ah, thank you.
Any other comments? Anyone?
They may not be
Hold on.
there for long. We should move quickly.
Regan will nod and
No
say
No
that,
more than 1 hour.
They've set tents up. They'll be there for at least a little while.
Regan says that if Padine comes with us, that would not end well. So we'll go with Telemon.
All right, so you guys rest for precisely 1 more hour. Telemon, what is your plan here to deal with Padine's thing? What do you try to do?
I intend to dispel magic upon it.
All right, we'll try ahead.
After I get my spells back.
And I'm sure that Padine will want to know what's going on.
Now, Padine, I'm going to attempt to dispel this ray of light. I do not know what might happen. It should merely end the effect, but I don't know what's causing it now.
It's like
so...
solidly at the hottest point of the day. Padine is once again drenched in sweat.
Yes, I should go ahead and try then, shall I? Once more,
Yes,
stretch forth
please.
my hand, and
His skin is red and like kind of chapped in a few areas from his earlier sunburn.
and here we go. 7. I will forget the spell.
All right.
Regan is watching with great interest as this happens, of course.
Yeah. I think Sarcasmos just kind of like steps back a few paces, puts his hands up in front of his eyes, and winces as he does this. Like the last time he cast a spell, he went back like 50 years in time. Let us see.
The exact wording is the spell rips it apart.
You're forgetting, however. You like to read just part of it. Lesser spells are ended. Powerful magic is just reduced or dampened so long as you are nearby. All right, so Telemon, you point and release your pulse at Padine, and there is a great crack in the air. Definitely. Like, if we had guns in this era, it would sound like a single gunshot that rings across the plains.
Oh, great.
I wince and
this
stagger back.
shaft
What
of
have you done?
light, this shaft of light
Did you anger
winks
the
for a
spirits?
few seconds, and it dims considerably to the point where it's basically not noticeable. And you definitely start to feel some instant relief there, Padine. Like, you probably, looking at it, like, you probably can't tell that there's anything there.
Okay.
Well done,
Yay.
Telemon.
I like not that it seems not to have been a minor effect of some sort.
I just told you can't really tell it's not
Okay.
not completely gone.
Right.
I mean, like, I'll get rid of the mystery. If Telemon walks more than like 30 feet away from Padine, the effect starts to come back.
Okay. So I'll start gathering my things, putting away the bedrolls, and handing the other one back to Regan. So we better get on our way to the encampment and check it out.
By the way, do you note those elven arrows in your inventory? I'm going to delete them out of mine. Speaking of gathering things, just making sure you had them.
Gathering what? I'm sorry.
The elven arrows.
Elven arrows.
Yeah.
Make sure you have. Okay, cool.
Here,
I just took
thanks.
them out of my pack. Thanks, man.
All right, so you guys start to head up the trail that you guys previously found.
And I like show them to a hill that I think overlooks that area, yet might not be visible immediately. If it's between two hills.
Yeah. Okay.
I go to top of one, looking down into the gully between them.
Okay. So you try to like covertly make your way to the top of one of these hills and like get the whole group, all like 7 or 8 of you, to covertly make your way to the top of the hill and like crest the hill and then kind of look down at the between the two.
Well, kind of like not stand on top of the hill, but like
You still need
crawl.
to get to the top to see over it.
Yeah, climb up the hill first. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, down between the two hills, resting in the shade of this large rock outcropping that probably goes like it actually rises a little bit higher than the hill. And it seems to like kind of go into a hill further on that you can't really see. Is definitely some sort of small encampment. There's several trees down there, like small trees. There seems to be another small pool. There are like 3 tents down there. 3 small, like leather tents. There's a fire pit, although not lit. There's like a cooking stand over it. There's a few wooden barrels behind one of the tents, and all of this is again close to the rock and in the shade of it. And the rock goes up probably like 20 feet. And close to the rock, like on another side of like another sprouting of trees, you see a trio of horses tied up, and beyond them, not visible from a great distance, but because you guys kind of approached stealthily, you can see what you think is a small cart. It's covered in like tree branches that have obviously been cut and like placed over it to try to shield it from view. Down in the encampment, there's not a whole lot of activity. You see one figure dressed in leather armor back to you, sitting in the camp, potentially eating. You see the form of another in one of the tents.
I scan the area. I might try. I'm not sure if this would require a discern realities or not, but I'm looking for any like traps or people that might be hidden guards.
You
outside,
cannot
that
discern
sort of
the
thing.
realities purely by looking. Discern
Well, I mean,
realities
it's,
requires you to actually go and start to investigate physically.
Yeah, I was thinking because of the true seeing. Maybe I could just declare that I'm using true.
You cannot
seeing,
use
then.
true seeing to discern realities. Discern
Oh, I mean-
realities shows illusions or things that are obviously hidden.
Yeah, I'm looking for traps basically. I'm not sure what I would do. Whatever you think would be appropriate.
Oh,
It would
what's
only
in the
be
wagon?
something that's.
There's any traps hidden like between us? And
There
them,
is
basically.
you will see the wagon fairly clearly, and that you'll see that there is a chest in the wagon.
Ooh, that is useful info.
Looking at the camp, you don't see anything noticeably hidden.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm going to definitely pass along. There's a
Are
chest in
these
that wagon
elves?
quietly.
Anybody can see better than I can.
You're too far away. They could be humans. They could be elves. They could be half elves. They're skin tone, not orcs. Certainly not minotaurs. I mean, could be elves, but you don't know. Roughly humanoid with humanish skin tones and whatnot. Like I think Sarcasmos is right next to you and says, What do we do?
How
I
far
think we
away?
should investigate the camp more closely. I happen to have a spell prepared to make a single person invisible, but I can only do one.
Really? Like you see mischief in Sarcasmos.
Oh yes, I like the look in your eyes, friend Sarcasmos. It is as many
You're
applications.
starting to talk like old Telemon again.
Ah yes, sorry. Like yes.
Yeah, I heard that.
It has many applications. Some of them more entertaining than others.
When he whispers, it sounds like old Telemon.
Yeah, he starts to get like a drawl. What does everybody else say about this? What you should do?
Regan believes that
We should kill them and take their chest.
This sounds like a solid plan.
Regan shakes his head and says that why don't we send one person in? He kind of points towards Padine as his recommendation to check the chest before deciding how to approach them.
Now, see the problem. Do I know that the light's gonna
I
come
don't
back?
think
No.
you've been far enough away from it yet. Like unless
Yeah.
have you had specific reason to walk more than like 30 feet away from Padine?
Probably not.
No.
So we wouldn't know. But
Would you like to
I
volunteer
actually-
for this task, Padine, or shall I?
I think the barbarian would be much better at sneaking around. He's had to sneak through that jungle for years.
Regan raises a hand and says, "But we don't want to necessarily cut their
Padine?
heads off until we know."
Not be one to tell such, but what about the giant hulking wall of flesh that you says subtle?
Like you could
He would get in undetected at least.
Theo
I can
smiles at you.
I can try to hold the person,
It's a very menacing smile.
keep him there, but he'd be able to raise an alarm is the only problem. So if anything happened bad, we would be in a good position to fight with him there in the midst of them.
I want to pause here for a moment and give everybody this very vivid picture of Krios sneaking down into the camp. And Krios makes his way silently, not invisible. He just does it by skill. And everybody's up there watching in the daylight and like biting their nails as he sneaks into the camp while these guys are having their siesta. And he gets right on top of them, and then he just yells, "Boo!" And then he starts like hacking at them. That's probably how Krios' sneak would go. So continue.
Oh, well, if you are not to it, I will volunteer. I will go investigate the chest. Or perhaps I will overhear some conversation, and perhaps we will know if they truly are the ones we seek.
Regan will ask if Telemon still has his teleportation cloak if things go wrong.
I do. I have a cloak. Does it teleport? Something about that?
I think you the last gift from poor old Telemon was probably his journal, and you probably read it, and in it he found like some wonderful cloak that lets him teleport. So you probably know what it does.
Regan will definitely remind you that it drains you, but if you get caught, it might be required if you Padine or you choose to go in instead of Padine.
Indeed. Well, I guess I'll be off then, shall I?
Be careful, Master Telemon.
I'm
What
ready
was-
to run down the
was
hill
that
at a
invisible?
moment's disturbance.
Invisibility, yeah.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Let me look at invisibility. We haven't cast this before.
No, I have not.
Touch an ally, which could be you.
Can't cast. Oh, really?
An ally can be you.
If you want to say an ally can't be me, then the cure spells can't be cast on yourself either.
Yeah, that would be bullshit.
I thought I asked that a long time ago because for arcane art. Oh, I did not know that. I think I even said it once. I think I said something like, "An ally can't be myself" or something.
I might rule that it's different for arcane art, but I just know that specifically, like, it doesn't make sense for a mage to only be able to turn other people invisible.
Yeah, that
Um,
seems kind of jacked to me too, to be honest.
Whereas, as the bard, you're singing to other people. I don't know. Like, I'll review that, Padine. Maybe it can affect you as well. I can't remember the last time we had a discussion about that, but I just know for a fact that I think it's bullshit that you can't touch your leg and turn yourself invisible. So,
Okay.
I mean, like, you have to admit there's a difference between touching
Is
yourself with
there-
a spell and then singing to yourself with like an arcane art. But we'll deal with that later.
Is there a promise in doubling the effects of invisibility?
No.
Oh, I know. I will double the targets, and Badine can come with me then.
Huh.
If I forget
Okay.
the spell.
Smart
All right.
move.
Oh, cool.
So you reach out and you touch Padine as well, and you both vanish from existence.
Was it a phone call?
Um.
Now, not other people can see us. Now,
Oh.
I will mention that we also can't see each other, which could be a problem. Do you perhaps have like? I don't know. I guess I will hold on to my belt on the way through, and we shall know where each other are.
Alrighty. I do so.
God help you if one of you trips.
Well, it's better than my first thought was to tie us together with a rope, which sounds even worse as an idea.
Yep. Right. So you're gonna make your way down the hill, and into the camp.
Yes.
All right. So the two of you make your way down. Do I have music for this? This is perhaps a little bit more dramatic than I would like, but it's the only thing I can get this close. Some people will recognize it from a very dark time. You guys start to make your way down the hill and into the camp, and
back.
you let's
Was
see
it up that
here.
back?
You make your way down the hill. There's a moment where one of you slides and you have to catch the other one. But you're good, and you continue going down the hill. You slowly make your way into the camp. It's hard going because you're both invisible, and that actually makes things much harder than like you think, because you're not actually able to see your feet and where you're stepping.
I'm back for real. Sorry about that.
Good. And you find yourself at the edge of the camp. It is very clear that there is one person in one of the tents, and there's one person kind of seated at like on a, I guess, on a rock in the middle of the camp. And you think it might only be two people, and you're kind of crouched there waiting, maybe debating what to do, when a third person walks around the rock face, like out of your vision, and walks into the camp, and comes into the camp and says, one moment, I'm briefly reviewing my notes. Hey, Destin, where's Albrecht? And the guy who's seated on the rock, like looks up, and he says, "Oh well, you know him. He's he doesn't like these boring waiting jobs. He's off skulking in the hills, I think. I'm not really sure what he does out there." Destin, who you take to be the guy sitting on the ground, just like, or sitting on the rock, remains there, and the other guy, whose name you haven't caught, approaches and kind of remains standing. You note that the guy seated has a bow on the ground next to him, along with a quiver of arrows, and he has a pair of daggers at his sides. The guy who's standing has a rapier at his belt. No, he's actually got a trident on his back.
Wow.
A very unusual weapon. And he
Race for these
he-
people?
what?
Right?
Both human.
Okay.
Both dark hair. They both have a fairly. I guess one of them has like a beard, and one of them has like a lot of stubble. And the one whose name you haven't caught yet, he says, "Is Korstar still asleep?" And he kind of like the other one motions towards the tent where you guys saw that other person. And the guy nods. And yeah, like how long do you guys wait and listen? What do you do?
I would say like 15 minutes or so, and then I would like hug it toward the
Cart.
cart, see if we can see what's
Yeah.
in that.
That's what I wanted to do too. Perfect. So we start heading over there.
Okay, so in your 15 minutes, you overhear them. Like you catch that the other guy's name is Kay. And you catch them referring to someone else. One of like there's a moment where it's like, just got back from dealing with the mage, and like they both like share kind of like a disgusted look, and like you get the feeling from listening through this conversation that like there's some aggravation there, and you you get, let's see. I guess nothing changes significantly within that 15 minutes. You just get the information that like these two are talking, not about a whole lot in specific. I think they're killing the time. I think one of them tells a story about a caravan that they robbed up on the Boros border. One of them asks like how many more days they think they need to wait here for things to cool off. And there's some more kind of grumbling about like the demands of the mage. And yeah, I guess you guys hear that and you go off to
Check the cart.
Yeah, you go off to check the cart. You move to go check the cart, and like you move past the horses. The horses' ears perk up as you move by, and you stop in your tracks.
And there's 3 or 4 horses.
There's 3 horses.
That's off.
And you I mean, like the horse, one of the horses like turns and like almost looks directly at you. And like there's just this moment where your heart is pounding and you're very still, and maybe you like look over your shoulder back at the camp, which is still in sight, and neither of the two who are kind of talking like look your way, and you start kind of shuffling your way towards the cart. You get to the cart. It's not very big. It's like a 2-wheeled cart with a like a wagon tongue hinge. It's got some branches on top of it. You're gonna have to pull them off if you want to get to this chest.
Is the guy sitting down? Is he in eye shot of the? Can he see the cart, or is there?
He can see the horses. If he was looking directly in this direction, he might pick up some motion. But if you're careful, you can move to the other side of the cart, and as long as you're not just like tearing all of it off, like there's a good chance he probably won't see you. But like you're not completely in his blind spot. Like it seems like maybe it wasn't set up this way, but on the other hand, it might have been intentional that like this is a sight line.
Alrighty.
So what do you guys do? Like you can probably whisper to each other.
Yeah, I'm gonna whisper to Tell. I'm going to look inside the chest in there.
how heavy this chest is, though.
We probably could both carry it, maybe.
If it's light enough, teleport away with it. Cloak.
You cut out there at the end.
I can teleport away with it with the cloak if it's not heavy.
Oh.
I have 4 weights.
Well, even if you're touching it, right, you can teleport with it.
It has to be for my weight.
Oh, okay. Guess we can gauge the weight, see if that's capable.
If it comes down,
Alright, so
to
you're
it,
gonna-
I have 3
you're
other
gonna lift
items
the
I could
branches
possibly
off?
Give you.
And look into the chest.
Not lift off, kind of just, slowly start to move. Like if there was a breeze, kind of pushing them slightly, but very,
Okay.
very slowly. Do that for about a minute or so to kind of move away, so we can just open up and look inside the chest.
All right. It's very dark, but you see some lumpy forms. They look kind of like rocks.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I doubt they'd be protecting rocks underneath hidden. So I whispered to Tell, I believe this is the silver.
It's light. I can't whisper and trigger the mic at the same time.
Yeah, I know.
That's what a push to talk is for, you lazy bastard.
I had it set up before, but I don't like that pushing it. It seems to be what we're looking for. Unless they are having more useless rocks and chests, which I don't think is likely.
How would we be able to judge the weight?
You'd have to take. I mean, like
the
this
whole
is.
thing out.
Yeah, you'd have to take the whole thing out, and you'd have to take
Well,
the branches off.
If he holds onto it and tries to do the thing, how would it fail, or would he?
Well, as Telemon has discovered before, you
Krios
can take
lifted-
parts of things. with
Krios
you.
lifted the whole other chest back to base, right?
Yeah. So you have a pretty good idea of how much it weighs.
Krios did.
Yes.
But you've been around the other one full of rocks, so you probably.
How much stuff was Krios carrying when he did so?
I'm
So
at 7 of
if
10,
you were to
but
teleport,
you
you could
wouldn't
teleport
know that.
half the chest if it's under the weight's over.
It would probably
Uh,
fail, I think.
Or we don't know.
I think there was a moment. Part of a monster with you. Anyway, the guy previously said that it was probably about 100 pounds of ore. You also know that chests, are not like light. It's conceivable that he could potentially teleport with it. But you don't know for sure until you try to lift it out.
If I sweep my cloak over it, does it become invisible like me? Or how does that work as far as invisibility of held items?
It's a good question.
I don't think it would. I
Your
think it would
cloak
be
is not a cloak of invisibility. You are invisible. All the things you are wearing are invisible. I'm going to say it does not turn invisible. Your cloak basically would pass over it invisible, and you would still see the chest.
Right, okay. So, we either try to take it now, or we come back later. Some of them might be asleep, but then again, they may run off of it in the time period.
Yes, I think we should. Try to take it now.
All right, so as they're having this conversation, Regan and Krios, they've been gone for probably 20 minutes. You can't see anything of what they're doing because they're invisible. They just disappeared and they're gone. You saw a third person come into the camp. What would you be doing during this time?
I'm right now trying to lay as low as possible and waiting for any signs of trouble brewing in there, and if there is, then I'm probably going to send my smart zombie into the camp, posing as a wary traveler, and see what their response is, and see how we might want to deal with them. Poor expendable bastard.
Well, I'm specifically asking what you are doing, not what you might hypothetically do in one situation.
Oh, I was just saying, yes, I was kind of standing ready to do. I'm just basically waiting. To see
Krios,
what
are
they're
you
doing.
doing anything aside from waiting?
Unless the if the camp is obviously aroused, I'll go after it. But otherwise, I'm waiting.
Yeah, same
What?
situation here.
What would happen, per se, if you saw a fourth person moving up to the camp?
Mm-hmm.
I get a look at them, but still keep laying low, to be honest. But I would try to get a look at them at least.
How about you, Krios? What would you do?
Same thing.
Like, they're approaching the general area in which you saw Telemon and Padine disappear. You don't know specifically where they are now.
I think they could still handle it. So
Okay. So, Telemon and Padine, you're having this whispered conversation, and I think one of you looks over and you see that a figure is riding. I guess not riding, is leading a horse along a path directly towards you. It is no more than 10 feet away. Like he's just come around a bend in the cliffside, like the rock.
Who's the one of us that's noticed this?
I think currently Telemon is like gauging the chest, right? So I think it's probably Padine.
So I'll go. One approaches. Shh. That's what I say to Telemon. If you make
Okay.
it out.
Are you guys just gonna try to be very still and very
Yeah,
quiet?
Very still and very quiet, and see what Telemon does.
Does
Okay.
he look like he has robes on, like a mage would?
No, this guy's wearing leather. He's got a leather hood on.
That's not
This
a
guy's
sign
got a
per se.
bow and a short sword. And
It determines the difference whether I stand there and try to be still, or if I try to hide behind something. Because if he's a mage, he could potentially detect magic.
well, I mean, like
He
I'm
doesn't-
describing to you what he is.
Yes,
It's up to you if you wanted to describe if that's a mage or not.
It doesn't seem like it, so I'm just stand there.
You
Very
guys
still.
realize that you are basically right next to where they're tying all of their horses, and he is leading his horse right there. You're endeavoring to hold still and quiet, and you realize that all of the horses have basically already detected you. Can I get... I'm going to have to get a roll from you guys. I think this is going to be a defy danger. I want to say that this is con because you're basically enduring. You're standing there very still. Do you guys think this might be a fair roll, or do you think this would apply closer to a different stat?
The horses are tied up.
The horses are tied. They're about 6 feet away from you on the other side of the cart.
Tied up how?
They're reins.
Okay. I think I will. Because Tell wouldn't be able to see me come this. I'm gonna go to, like, untie the horse and slap it. Get the hell out of there.
Okay.
By defying danger.
It's
he
worth
tried to
noting,
do
if you
this.
attack,
Quick-
it ends.
Oh.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be attack. It'd be push.
Uh,
I guess.
Well, he
Is that an
doesn't know.
attack?
You didn't tell him that, Telemon.
Oh.
So he doesn't know the specifics of your spell. So you are using quick thinking.
Yes.
All right. Telemon, are you previously just said you were holding still. Do you think staying there is an apt thing?
Yeah, this seems fine to me.
All right. So Telemon, can you please give me a defy danger with con, and Padine, will you please give me a defy danger with intelligence?
Poop.
Oh, I didn't even need to give you a negative modifier. Okay, all right. Mark XP, Padine. Telemon. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I think I know what this is going to do. All right, so Telemon. Padine says, like, one approaches, Remain quiet and still. And then you hear him immediately start moving. He moves around you. He moves around the cart, and he moves to one of these small trees that's right next to the cliff where they're tied, where these horses are tied. Did you specifically state that you untied the horse and then slapped it, or did you just say you slapped it?
Untied the horse, specifically.
Okay, so you're sitting there trying to hold still, and you don't know exactly what he did, but you heard that he moved away. This guy has ridden up. Basically, the horse is now in front of you, Telemon, and the guy is like probably within 6 or 7 feet, and he's leading the horse. I think all of the other horses have kind of like started like just kind of shifting a bit. One of them turns to look generally in Padin's direction. Doesn't necessarily see Padin, but they can definitely sense movement and hear things. Padin unties one of them and slaps it on the ass and immediately becomes visible.
Great.
The horse I think the horse, seeing Padin, lashes out
Oh god.
and kicks at Padin, and then starts to charge off because, like, they've been hearing these things that couldn't be seen. It got slapped, basically attacked, and then something appeared out of nowhere. I think this is a fairly logical reaction for a horse. Damage. And I'll get to you in a second, Telemon. Please roll D8 there, Padin. All right, yeah, you take 5 damage as you get kicked very hard, like back down into the dust. This is forceful damage, so you get like knocked down onto your ass. And all of the horses like start freaking out immediately. And the guy who is leading the horse, like right next to you guys, he doesn't see you immediately, Padin. He just sees this horse run off, and like, in theory, your plan sort of worked. Like, the horse ran off and distracted him for a second,
I'm hoping
but
it
you
distracts the other a bit more.
yeah, you just got bolted. The other thing, though, is like all these horses right next to you are freaking the hell out. And so, like, he looks off, but then his attention starts to get drawn back into your direction, and thus we get Telemon's decision. Telemon, you are remaining hidden. You can remain hidden. However, looking across from you, like across the cart, not directly next to you, you've just seen Padin appear out of nowhere and get kicked like the shit by this horse. He's only a few, steps away from this guy seeing him. He's obviously in pain on the ground. There's several horses next to him, which are in the process of sort of freaking out, and the rest of the camp is not too far away. I'm not going to give you a direct choice here, aside from the fact that you could remain hidden, or you could attempt to help Padin. But in doing so, it is very possible that you will put yourself in whatever danger Padin is currently in.
Can I kill the guy who's about to see Padin?
As established, he's on the other side of the horse. It depends on how you want to try to do it. Again, I've specifically stated multiple times, he is not within hand's reach, and he was on the other side of the horse leading the horse. So you can probably see parts of this guy, but not the full guy. If you want to try to kill this guy, I will let this bleed off into your move roll or your action. What do you intend to do?
Little fast to violence for Telemon. I'm surprised.
Well, I've already heard that these are probably the bandits who did the thing, so. Otherwise, this whole thing's gonna go to crap.
They're another group who's returning the silver for the reward.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
It's unfortunate.
These guys are the ones, and we don't. I mean, they did go out of their way not to kill anybody in the robbery, so I don't know if Regan would necessarily have jumped straight to murder, but.
Everybody shut up. Stop influencing Telemon. Telemon, what are you doing? Your time is running out.
I don't see how I can aid him other than trying to kill the guy, so that's what I'm gonna try and do.
So how are you going to try to kill the guy?
You say he's across the horse from me?
Yeah. Imagine you're backed almost into a corner. He's on the other side of the horse from you. And you can see like his back, like his right leg, and like maybe the very uppermost of maybe his head bobbing on the other side of the horse just for a second, like the top of his head. Uh, 10, 9.
I will leap across the horse and try to stab him with my short sword.
Okay. All right.
As difficult as that probably is.
Make a dex check. If you can,
Straight up roll.
if you make this. Okay. All right. I was going to say if you fail this, obviously bad things will happen. If you make it, I would give you a bonus on your hack and slash. A partial success will just mean you can make the hack and slash. So, yeah, you hurl yourself like over the horse, but not in any manner to get like an attack advantage. So I'm gonna let you make your hack and slash roll.
Also an 8.
Okay, so basically what happens is this guy has already been alerted, but he's not sure what. You try to dive over the horse like you just described, but you're having to react in surprise yourself because you weren't prepared for this. And you fling yourself over the horse, drawing the sword at the same time. Like, this is all very impressive that you're even managing to do it this fast, to be honest. And you end up behind the guy as he's turning. And he's already kind of drawing his short sword. And, you've already drawn your short sword. And the thing is, like, you have a little bit of an edge on surprise on him. Like, you're not as surprised, but you're not really steady of foot. And he just reacts, and you both cut at each other. Give me a damage roll.
It's worth noting is he can't see me to the moment I attack, so how you want to treat that?
Well, the thing is, this is not one attack. That's the thing about a hack and slash roll, and this is taking advantage of the partial success. You just roll your damage, and I'll tell you what happens.
1d8 it is.
It's not like your invisibility is not giving you any advantage.
Max damage.
Yeah.
D8 plus 1. No, it's just D8.
Alright. So, you slash deeply into him with your first slice. And, he backs away. Like, you jumped over the horse, and he heard somebody hit the ground behind him. And he turned and he drew his sword, and he's looking basically through you. And you slashed him, like, straight through his leather armor and, like, down the side. And as that happened, you, like, appeared in front of him. And he started flinging his sword at you, and you parried his first blow, and he backed up, and you parried his second blow. The horse, however, kicks, and it doesn't kick you, but its hip hits you and knocks you off to the side, and then he gets a lucky stab, I think. And let's see what his damage is. Sorry, my PDF is taking so long. Okay, yeah. Just D6. So can you roll a D6 for me, Telemon?
6 is.
Maxman, go ahead. Yes.
Yep.
Called it.
All right, so yeah, like you get your invisibility gives you a huge advantage here, and he hits you, but only very weakly. And yeah, you basically just cut him down.
Armor's 4. Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, you cut him down. Those of you on the hill just see utter chaos break out at the edge of the camp. I think Krios, I think it's fair to say that you are coiled like a raptor ready to spring. What do you do?
I rush down toward the camp.
Okay. All right. So Krios, you draw your sword and you like do a battle yell as you just rush.
Yep.
All right. It's gonna take you a turn to get down there, but you know you are ready, and you get down there, you're gonna have like
Okay.
momentum on your side.
I have got a
what do you do,
plan,
Regan?
An awful, terrible plan. I'm handing a torch to my smart zombie, telling him to make a distraction. And then to the dumb zombie with the high endurance, I am going to take his weapon and say, try this. And I'm going to stuff the gauntlet on his hand and send him into the...
So you
into
put the
the
gauntlet
we don't know
on
what
the
it does,
Telemon zombie.
on the tough zombie.
Okay.
And I'm telling it to go for it.
All right, so you put the gauntlet on the zombie, and you just like hear this like a hiss coming like from its throat. Is like its air comes from its lungs. It's just, and you see like veins start to ripple through its skin, and muscles start to bulge up in its arms. And you order it to go down there and attack.
Eric should go down there and defend Telemon, I guess. Defend
Okay.
Telemon and Fidel.
It starts running down the hill, even faster than Krios. Like it starts out at this shambling lope, and then it breaks into these long, powerful strides, far faster than you've seen any zombie ever move before. And like Krios, this zombie just overtakes you, although it's still going to take like a full turn to get down there.
I kind of like stare at amazement as it manages to
Yeah.
overtake me.
Regan, do you do anything else? I mean, like orders
Oh.
are not a move.
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna take my mace out. Start.
And you're
making
gonna
my
run
way
down there too? This is like
You
a
know what?
scene
Actually,
from
you know what?
Braveheart where everybody runs screaming down the hill.
Instead of my mace, I'm pulling out the Will of Kings and charging with the Will of Kings down the hall, or down the hill.
Yeah, and the intelligent zombie, lacking any method of creating a distraction when everybody's running down the hill with a torch. He's running down the hill with a torch in one hand and the axe in the other, and he's yelling too, and he's just running down with you. So you've got like 4 people running down the hill. I guess 2 people and 2 zombies. And I guess behind them there's this running like stumbling form of Sarcasmos, like holding his hat on desperately, and he's just ah. And Padine, you get up after being kicked, and you see all of your friends basically doing a battle charge down the hill.
Can I see the other 2 in the camp still, or their reactions?
You get up and you see one of them is running down the path. He's not running like with a purpose, like he's about to charge somebody. It looks like he's running down the path like he's trying to figure out what happened. And he pauses and he looks up the hill, consequently turning his back to you. And he's looking up the hill at like this sight of 5 people just running, screaming. Yeah, like his back is partially to you right now. What do you do?
I will cast Hold Person on him. Let's see if I'm reading this right. Choose a person I can see. I can see him. I can see the back. That works as him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I will cast the spell. Hopefully. There
All
we
right.
go. And let's see here. I will take -1 ongoing.
Okay.
-1 the spell, right?
Yes. All right, yeah. So you tell me what it looks like when you cast Hold Person.
Well, I'm getting up, kind of clutching my side where it was kicked, and I hold forth my hand and I cry out, "Valindaria, hold!" and pointing at the guy.
Oh, okay. There's a moment where like you feel your magic sputter, and like you can kind of feel displeasure, but then like I think it holds on, and there's a moment where you're like, oh no, my spells are gone. My goddess is mad at me. She's not going to let me cast my spells, and then she finally lets you cast the spell. Like she basically only held it back until the last moment when you were sure you were not going to get the spell, and you cast forward, and the guy just freezes in place. But it is very clear to you that there is something going on with your deity currently.
Interesting.
Telemon, you have just cut down this bandit. You're next to a horse that's kind of freaking out. There's several horses that are freaking out. You see all of your friends charging just wildly down the hill, and there is a guy currently just frozen in front of you. Past him in the camp, you see someone else drawing a bow, and he's pointing it at the hill, but it doesn't look like he's really picked a target yet, maybe. And you see somebody else, like an elf, coming out of a tent and drawing a rapier.
I wish to rush the elf with my sword.
You've got too many things between you.
Okay.
You could potentially... Well, I'm not going to tell you what you could potentially do. Like, it's
the
going to
hell
be
with
it's going to be
subtlety.
too hard for you
Fireball!
to... Oh, boy.
Oh, you've been waiting for this one.
All right, so where are you chucking this fireball?
I want the guy who has a bow and potentially go to shoot at my friends.
Okay, yeah, this could get some good splash damage. Give me a spellcasting roll.
Double targets, please. I'll take both.
You're empowering it?
Yes. I will forget the spell to empower it.
Ooh.
You want
Okay.
2 rolls or 1?
So double targets we decided means double radius. You're doubling the targets, not the damage, right? So why would you need 2 rolls?
I don't know if you wanted 1 roll for each guy.
Oh no. 7. All right. So as it was,
What's wrong with the 12?
The 12 is the spell cast, which allows me
okay.
to...
so as it was, a fireball probably would have just lit up the entire camp, and the guy with the bow, and the guy getting out of the tent. Empowering the fireball, most likely going to get the guy who's frozen as well. But something happens when you empower it. And you feel some subtle shift of magic, and you have never felt this before. It is almost like the fates turning against you. You bring it down to your partial success to forget the spell to empower it, and double the radius, and that would basically include the all 3 of your known assailants, but not include any of your friends. The radius doubles yet again. Your fireball explodes. I need... Let's see here. I think, Telemon, you have counterspell. I don't know if you can counterspell your own spell. Especially, let's see.
Be back in just 1 second.
You see it go up, and then it starts to fireball far larger than you intended. And everybody running down the hill, your eyes go wide as this fireball just expands towards you. I think everybody has a chance to react to this, but it's a split-second chance. And you can only take very, very simple, possibly minor actions to potentially mitigate this. Regan, what do you do as you see a fireball burst into existence, like double burst, and you're like, whoa, that's a really big one, Telemon. And then it continues to flare out into something far larger than you have ever seen Telemon cast. And it becomes very, very quickly apparent to you that it's going to catch everybody in the area.
Regan is going to not even have a second to react with his own brain, but without even his almost conscious thought, his tentacles are going to rip their way out of his shoulders and almost surround him like a hugging motion, almost like they're enveloping him in the whatever the black slime they're made of. I'm going to try to see if I can defy with con, possibly.
Yeah, this sounds like con. Give me a con roll. If you can succeed on this, I'll give you half damage. All right, partial success. I think you'll take let's see here.
I have returned. Why is it so quiet mid-battle?
I am figuring out like a partial damage. You take 5, Regan. I'm gonna say.
Does armor figure or no?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay. And you're not knocked back by this. This is a forceful blast. So like your tendrils wrap around you and the fire washes over you, and you take some damage, but not a tremendous amount. Like Sarcasmos just like squeals in sheer terror nearby. And so do your zombies. Krios. Basically, this fireball just exploded in front of you like a nuke. I'm giving everybody a split-second defy danger to react to it, but it cannot be incredibly complex. Like, you literally only have a second. What do you want to do?
Am I in its area of effect, or is it like in front
Everybody is in its area of effect. Telemon chose to double its area of effect. It doubled again. And he doesn't know why yet.
Dive behind any near object of cover I have.
You're running down a hill. The nearest object of
Is
cover
there
would
like
be
a
one of the
divot in the
zombies.
ground?
You could
Or-
dive. You could grab one of the zombies and use them for cover.
Yeah, I do that.
Okay. You see Sarcasmos raising his hand in front of his head as he does this. I don't know that you're particularly attached to Sarcasmos, though. All right, so give me. This seems to be acting. I'll let you lobby. Is this acting quickly or is this thinking quickly? I think I know which one you want to do, but is the barbarian. But I'll let you decide.
They are actually equally the same. So
Okay,
I
I think
will
this is
act
actually
quickly.
thinking quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a full success on this. You could
Which
see.
zombie is he grabbing? Is he grabbing the Roid Rage Endurance zombie? Is he grabbing the little frail zombie?
I think the frail zombie, because the zombie just disintegrates in his arms, and Krios takes the full blast anyway. Krios, you take
I was
7.
thinking. Oh, good. Because the strong one was up front. You said it was faster than Krios, and the one that was in the other one is like really crappy. So he'd probably be way in the back. as far as like order goes. So he might have gotten the strong zombie up front if he grabbed a zombie.
How much health does your zombie have?
The strong one has 14 hit points.
Okay. I guess you grab. What does the weak one have?
2 hit points.
It makes more sense for him to maybe have grabbed, because I think the strong one is too far out. Like maybe Krios can't catch up to it to grab. I think the weak one, like Krios stops, grabs, and pulls in front of him, and the thing just vaporizes. And like as that happens, the zombie just says, "Oh, not again," and vaporizes. Krios, you take 7 damage. And Padine, how are you dealing with this?
I'm assuming there are some other trees
There are-
around
you-
sparsely.
You have
area.
definitely much more cover than the
Yeah.
people running down the hill.
I'm gonna die.
You have
behind
some
one of the trees.
horses that are probably
don't
about
get
to get
kicked again.
cinderized. Yeah.
I don't wanna get kicked again, though.
So you're gonna dive. Like there's the cart.
I didn't get kicked too far away from it.
No, you got kicked like right next to it.
Oh,
Like
okay.
you
I'll
got
use
kicked down into the ground. It wasn't like a Superman kick.
I'll use the cart for as much cover as I can then. For
Okay.
This thing.
This seems like acting quickly. So with Dex, I think.
There we go.
Oh, that's a
Nice.
success. Yeah, you
You got a
managed
lot
to
of
get
luck
under
for
there. And yeah, you definitely managed to avoid the damage. Fortunately for you. Last up, Telemon. Things have just exploded in your face, literally, and this fireball is approaching. You see everybody like try their best to deal with the damage. Regan like wraps himself in these black tendrils and like fire washes over him. Krios grabs a zombie and uses this as a shield, and you just see him disappear in a wave of fire. The forward zombie continues running through the fire like it's not even stopped. Padine dives beneath a cart, and left standing out in the open is Sarcasmos. And he looks very, very terrified. You have a second to react, Telemon. What do you do?
I use the cloak to shield Sarcasmos by teleporting to him and taking the brunt of the blast.
Oh, that is very heroic. Yeah. You can. I mean, this is thought activated. You can totally do it.
Thank God I'm under the cart, because now there's a big light on me.
Yeah. Can I get a roll for acting with quick thought or whatever, just to see how potentially well you shield him? Oh wow.
Pretty darn well.
Yeah. All right. So Telemon, you take 7 damage. Of course, armor mitigates this because it's heat damage.
Normally, Fireball pierces all armor.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So Regan, ignore what I said about that before. So I think you take 1 more point of damage.
Oh, okay. I shall look that.
Well, don't treat this like it's going to happen every time. We'll consider your tentacles functioned as magical armor that time. I'll just give you that point.
Oh, thanks, man.
Because that was kind of a badass thing to do. Telemon, you teleport in front of Sarcasmos, and like he's in the process of just basically crying as he thinks he's about to die, and you end up in front of him and like envelop him, and then flames just pick you up and carry you guys like up the hill, and you definitely take the damage. Whew. Okay, so I think the first person to react is probably Padine. You crawl out. Wait, do I have sound effects? Please, please. Damn it. I could have sworn I had burning sound effects.
Yeah, crackling fire.
I did have crackling fire. It's just in the other campaign. God dang it. So Padine, you emerge from beneath the cart to like fiery devastation about you. It's like the grass is on fire. You see like 2 horses running off a flame. A third one is running off. It doesn't seem to be on fire. The cart above you is partially on fire. The trees nearby are on fire. The camp is just up in flames. And you see this flaming zombie that looked like it had the remains of a red cloak. It's like that's burning off of it now, and all that basically it has is like this burning red gauntlet on its hand as it's like running into the camp, and it's just like hacking at these charred, smoldering corpses with this sword.
Oh, great.
You see Krios. I think you see Krios like beneath like another charred corpse, and you see like what you think is probably Regan wrapped in tentacles, and they start to recede, and like smoke is coming off of him. And you see like a red-robed figure lying face down up on top of the hill.
I will make my way up there. I'll look around first to assess any threats, just in case any of the guys in the camp survived. Do they all seem to be dead, or?
You hear like a faint like.
So one might be alive. Okay.
And like I mean, you walk past him, and it's very clear that like his eyeballs have been melted out. He's got no skin. Like picture the worst napalm video you've ever like seen from some sort of
So
like
he's a goner.
Vietnam historical video. It's clear that he's dying like in the next 10 seconds.
Alrighty. I'll make my way up the hill then to Telamon.
Okay. Like Regan, as Padine passes you, you emerge from your tentacles, and Krios, you throw the smoldering body of the zombie off of you, and you both kind of emerge next to Padine.
Regan will walk past the smoldering corpse of the unfortunate zombie and see if he can at least pull off his skull or return back to the graveyard when we go back.
Yeah, he's not vaporized entirely. Like his flesh has definitely been like.
Oh God! Can I attempt to bring him back again? That would be so sad.
It's possible. Like
I'm going
again.
for it. I'm going for it.
Or you're gonna try that like while everybody else is trying to see if everybody's alive. Oh God.
And I failed. He's just too far gone. Like, did I lose the spell too? I guess.
No. -1 ongoing.
Ooh, okay. In that case, I will pull off his skull and take it with me.
All right, so Telamon, like I think you emerged to consciousness, and like Sarcasmus is crying over you. He's like, "Wake up, Master Telamon! Don't die!"
Did Telamon take? Oh yeah, because he was at 17. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
It's never
Oh,
been.
Telamon, can you roll your cloak damage, by the way?
I already
He
did.
did. It's a 3.
Oh, okay.
Went down 3.
It's 1d4 plus 1, right? Because it's a con mod.
Oh. Oh. So I rolled a 2 plus 1. I will begin singing the Elvish song.
It's never been so big before.
Yes,
That was amazing, Master Telamon. You just blew them all to hell.
I
I'll be-
intended to blow them up, but not us.
I thought I
Because
was
this
going to
was
die.
Regan announces as he walks down the hillside. This was not the plan.
Your spirits.
I'll be having 2 green mists go one towards Telamon
I don't.
and one
You've been
towards,
in the world longer than I have,
Reese.
old one.
Give me a roll.
You know, plans never work.
Poor Regan. He's like, let's save the bandits who didn't kill everybody. Like they intentionally didn't kill everybody, and they just get all killed in the most horrible way.
Oh my god.
Alrighty. So here's Telemon's healing from the first mist.
I'm only down 4.
You're not anymore.
Well, you're Max.
And here is wow. There is Krios's. He's back at full health.
How much damage did the other
Didn't you
zombie
take
by the way?
7 from the fireball though? Tell.
I did,
He
but
did.
the
He was at
maximum goes
17.
down from the cloak.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I wondered about that first. Also, I was like, wow, you only took 4 damage.
It is max, right?
Max. Yeah, I mean Max is reduced, but that reduces your current health too.
If it pushes it down, but the damage.
You're at 14 regardless.
Oh,
You
never
t-
mind.
healed
Yeah,
yourself.
I
Yeah,
teleported
you took
first,
4
so...
and then another 7.
Yeah, and then he heals it back, so it makes no difference really.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, how much did my my other zombie take?
He took 7.
Wow.
I mean, you didn't put any armor on him.
Makes sense.
So he's currently at half. Like his fires have slowly smoldered away, and he's like standing over this like hacked corpse. It's like blood boiling in the remains of the camp, and he's just looking back at you like, "Do you approve?"
I will definitely nod my approval and call him back to my side. Perhaps I will deal with repairing him
I
in a
think
bit.
Tell is currently just looking at his hand, like he's never seen a blast that big. Look down at his hand, look at the back of the devastation.
I'll stop singing and go. It seems like you got that fireball spell worked out, Telemon.
It's not supposed to be that big.
Oh well. That is very odd.
Regan will inquire if Padine knows if there's any secrets to healing the undead and the dirge for a song.
I don't believe so.
The dirge does not specify anything regarding that.
Okay.
Is the area the chest was in on fire?
The cart was mentioned as being on fire.
Alrighty.
I go to try and
Make
pull the
our way.
chest from the cart if it's not super on fire. Or if it's
I
super
did
on
mention
fire,
that there
I
was
get
a
back.
small pool nearby, just to anybody who may or may not need that information again.
Is the chest
Just
on?
try to claim what we can from the camp before it all burns.
The chest isn't on fire, but like you're gonna have to pull it off the cart, and like how are you gonna get it back to civilization without a cart? Maybe.
Krios is here. He carried one all by himself.
Does Krios want to carry it like some 10 miles, like 100 pounds of silver?
How about my can I motion my
Unseen
my ogre zombie over there to go over and pick up the silver chest?
There you
yeah,
go.
it'll go over there and obediently pick it up.
He doesn't mind.
I might ask Padine
Is there a
if he might,
bucket near the pool?
Yeah, there is.
I start pitching water onto the cart.
Okay.
I might ask Padine if there's any chance that we could heal him up if he's going to pack mule our crate back. And if we checked the contents yet to make sure it is indeed the silver?
It has ore in it. At least looks like ore to me.
I think Regan, my healing spell is severely limited right now. I've tried casting earlier.
At least I really hope it actually is ore and not just
my...
ore that's been taken away and it's just more rocks we rescued.
Yeah. Cast guidance from my goddess, and it didn't work. When I tried to hold the person, it barely worked, and yet it should have worked perfectly.
Regan will say perhaps she is not the goddess you should be following. It has always been my impression that you should reconsider, but I of course do not like to push my views onto others, and I'll just smile slightly.
I think you hear Sarcasmo snort on the other end of the conversation.
You've mentioned this before. The only thing I can think of that would be with that though is if she is engaged somehow in some kind of terrible conundrum with the light, perhaps. That's the only thing I can think of at this moment.
Or maybe you were just an asshole and she doesn't like you right now. Sarcasmos just says as he like walks around, poking at some of the dead bodies, looking for loot.
glare back at him, and I said, "Or perhaps the company I keep."
Yeah, while they're arguing, I
staring
look
at
for
him.
anything that's salvageable among the camp.
So yeah, like you pull off one of the partially burning tents. You see like another small chest, like obviously like a personal effects sort of chest. There's a saddle in here that hasn't been like too badly damaged. And typical things you would find in an encampment.
I will probably check the bodies and see if I see any elves, but I'm also going to probably attempt to bury the bodies outside the camp here.
The elf
I
was
had no
coming out of
desire
the
to see them
tent.
murdered.
So yeah, like if you look over at the bodies, there's only one elf, and he was basically just killed right outright. And there are 3 humans.
They also made mention of a mage who's apparently not here.
Yeah, if you're counting names, there were 5 people mentioned.
The name of the mage was never mentioned, though, right?
Yeah, but it was inferred that there was a 5th person.
There were 3 here, and a 4th one walked in.
Regan
Yes.
says that perhaps we could.
There are 4 bodies on the ground.
Okay.
now.
There were also
You
4
killed one and
horses.
then fireballed the other 3.
Regan will say that I'm not used to you being so rash and impulsive, Telemon. I should have come here to negotiate. I could have perhaps persuaded them to simply to return the silver. And then you went and blew up their entire camp. I'll look around for a moment as I go
Well,
about
the
my
plan-
business.
Master,
starting to bury
you
the
nearly-
bodies.
You nearly blew me up too.
That was not my intention. I've never had a fireball be that big. I chose to make it wider with more power, but I did not think it would do that.
If I can convince my ogre zombie, I don't know if this is a complex task or not, to just dig, I might have him help me dig the graves.
Yeah, it can. It's not a complex task. So while he's doing that, I take it everybody's sifting around the camp.
Yeah, checking things.
I opened the chest after I put the fire out.
Okay, yeah, you find an odd sort of looking ore in there.
I hate to bring it up.
It doesn't
but
look very
oh,
silvery to you, Krios.
Looks like rocks.
Yep, pretty much.
Victor say he had what did you say?
Yeah, I was just basically saying I think I was getting a little bit aggro tonight since we get a
Oh,
little
yeah.
longer, but I think I might need to head out in a couple minutes here. I was
Okay.
giving you a heads up, but it's
Yeah,
been a great
we'll
session.
basically
It's been a blast.
we'll wrap things up here. I mean, like we'll tie up what these guys find, but you can certainly head out.
Awesome, man. I appreciate it. It's been a great session. I certainly wasn't in any hurry to leave if I had no
Yeah, it's
other
fine.
things going on. And yeah, I might even be able to be here tomorrow. That's looking like it might be good odds. So
All right.
I look forward to seeing you guys, and it's been a great session. And I'm looking forward to hearing what you found later.
All right, I'll make sure to update your XP total afterwards.
Cool. All right, sounds good, man. I'll talk to you
Alright,
guys
see ya.
soon.
See you, Victor.
Yep. See you later.
All
We
right.
cruise the camp.
so-
Probably try to use. If Krios is done with it, I'll try and use the bucket to try to put out some of the more major fires. The ones that I figure I can put out, anyways.
All right. So
User
can
left your
you?
channel.
Can somebody please roll 4d6 plus Actually, just roll 4d6.
Oh, that's
Alright,
terrible.
Now roll that a second time.
So many ones. And so many sixes on the other side.
Whoa.
that's min max. Well, almost min max. Low and high end. Weird.
Huh. Can you roll 2d10?
2 die 10. Roll. 2d10. Firing missiles.
How much did you roll?
8.
All right, you find 80 coin in total on these people.
Ooh.
That's basically a mix of I think there's like a few gems. Most of it is coin. I think I'm gonna say there's a like an onyx worth, I guess a jet worth 10 gold. I guess a pair of jet each worth 10 gold. A amethyst worth 20 gold, and then 40 coin. You also find, let me make sure I have this right. On the elf, pretty much the only thing that's not burned to a crisp seems to be a bracer on his right arm. It seems to be made out of metal. It's got like silver chasing, and on the inside wrist there is a blue gem. It's not huge, but it's a blue gem on the inside wrist of it. You find a note. Like, I guess you salvage a little bit of a journal. The rest of it was probably trash, but you managed to find a little bit of a journal, and you find a jade statue, a small jade statue of a falcon. And that was in the chest, like the smaller chest. The remnants of the note or the journal basically say this. They give you kind of like the log. It's basically just like a lot of complaining of one core star. What is his last name? He's vain enough to have his last name.
Refers to himself in the third person by first and last name.
It's probably something like, I, Coristel Rivendorn, believe I am the greatest swordsman that's ever lived, and we have done this day.
Core Star Alivor. Very, and you take it to like you. I think you're looking down as you're reading this at the smoldering corpse of the elf just lying at your feet. It's a lot of whining and complaining, basically about like the men today are bitching again about having to lay low in the hills. I've explained to them over and over again that that we need to lay low and that moving too soon will get us caught. He talks a little bit about each of the people. He talks about how Albrecht is getting antsy and he keeps wandering about. And like the previous day, he brought a deer in, and he got in trouble because Corstar like said they haven't had enough food and he didn't need to be out hunting. You piece together that like from the information that this is a small 4-person band of thieves, and that got together to rob the silver transport, and they hired a mage, and they talk about he talks about the mage known as Brenner, and he says Brenner refuses to camp with the rest of us. He he's not exactly the high and mighty sort. He's far from his mage's school up north. I don't know why he's so against consorting with the rest of us. He simply sleeps atop the ridge in his tent and doesn't come down. He's almost insufferable, but his talents are unique and well suited to our task. Although his price is steep. He insists we give him this jade figurine, this jade falcon, is payment. It's certainly a hefty price, although I have to wonder why he's so interested in it. I'd initially offered him a hefty sum in coin, and he had turned it down. He'd also bargained for my special own trinket, but I certainly turned him down at that. I need all the luck I can get. I think tomorrow we'll make our way back east and attempt to sell this ore. I don't think any of the guards were the wiser. And like you're basically just reading it, and it definitely seems like he paid the mage to cast some sort of enchantment upon Calvin, and when it was his watch, Calvin basically just kind of stood there and let them all sneak up, and when the time was right, when Calvin was on watch, he lit a special torch to signal that he was on watch, and the mage came up and slept them all to make sure that they would not awaken from the noise. And one of the thieves picked the lock, emptied the chest, and they rode off into the hills, and then replaced the chest with rocks. And yeah, you get kind of the simplified version of the story.
So Calvin was involved with them, or he was not?
It was obvious he was like some sort of ensorcelled, during the journey.
Okay.
And it was very clear that he didn't know about it. It was you don't know specifically what sort of spell this was, and you think maybe it might have been something he actually ingested, maybe it was a potion, in fact. You think maybe it was triggered by some sort of hypnotic suggestion, or maybe it was timed.
I think the dominate spell could accomplish that if he rolled well on it.
So yeah, you glean all that information.
More than likely it'd be a spell, since there was a magical aura about him. I don't know if potions leave that behind.
If it was a magic potion, it could.
Oh, that's true.
I look at this bracer. Is it obviously better than mine? Probably. Or do I think it'd be worthless?
I don't know. You're wearing hide.
Probably.
Certainly,
yeah.
metal would stop a dagger better.
I'd try putting it on.
Yeah, it wouldn't fit a halfling, and it probably wouldn't fit a minotaur, but it fits a human just fine.
Seems to think it brought him luck.
Interesting.
At least they do seem to have been bandits. I was a bit worried about that. You were in danger.
You say the
and I
gem is
couldn't-
on the inside?
Yep,
Yeah, against your
the inner
wrist.
wrist.
That's weird.
Well, it's not like it's touching your skin. It's if you were wearing a watch on your inner wrist.
Oh,
you know how
so
some
it's on the
people wear,
bottom side of the bangle.
That's the inner side, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
okay.
If you were to turn your
Okay.
wrist towards
Oh,
you.
when you mentioned, I thought you meant it was it was embedded into the metal on the inside against the skin.
No, it's the inner facing
Okay.
towards you.
Because honestly, when you first said inside, that's what I thought too. I thought how you put inscriptions on the inside of rings. I thought it was like that. I was
If you
like,
guys,
oh, that's weird.
if you guys were to talk about a shield, and if there was a gem embedded on the outside or the inside of a shield, you would correctly assume that it would be either on the outside facing or the inside facing, not inside of the shield. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's on the outside of your wrist.
I put it on anyway.
yeah.
Shiny.
Very well. Anyone find one of those horses? We probably needed to carry the cart.
Poor horses.
They're-
Sarcasmo says, well, I think they ran off that way. I mean, I don't know how far they'll go.
Think you could run one down, Krios?
Run down a horse.
I don't know. You seem most physically fit of the lot. It can't run forever.
Didn't you say you ran down raptors, Krios?
I guess I'll try.
Okay, so Krios
Can-
spends the rest of the day hunting down horses.
Can he ride a horse?
I don't know that Krios has ever actually seen a horse.
He comes back acting like the stallion of the whole group of them. They acknowledge me as their master.
I am now Horse Lord. Subclass acquired.
I think maybe if you guys are willing to wait there enough, Krios, you can probably come back a couple hours later with a single horse.
It's fair. I think you mentioned one. I was like busy at the time, but you mentioned one that wasn't on fire.
Yeah, it was the far back one. It was actually the one that you jumped over and sliced the guy.
Or
So
could have been the one I freed. Either one.
yeah, I mean we're here. We're gonna wrap up, but like if you
Alright.
guys have any things you want to do before the end of the session, like you're still at the camp. We're not just gonna end it like immediately. We can start you guys off.
experimentations to do a fireball back at a more safe location, like the lake sounds good.
Well, I meant like we can start you guys back on your journey towards civilization. Does anybody like go looking for this mage or
I'm
the
kinda
encampment
interested in that, yeah.
I'm
mentioned
interested in
in the
where
note?
the guy we brought with us is.
Like
Haven't
he
heard
was
from him
hiding
in a
up
while.
at the top of the hill,
Oh,
and he
so-
he eventually comes down.
Give him his 40
Uh,
coin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you pay him his 40 coin now. He looks very pleased.
Yep.
And yeah, he says, yeah, many thanks. That was a terrifying battle, even though it wasn't really much of a battle.
I'm kind of interested in this mage.
So like, do you hike your way up to the top of the ridge?
to look out north towards where this thing might be?
I mean, you hike your way to the top of the ridge and you find a tent.
Now wait, is this the ridge that?
The cliff that's directly above you. Regan and Krios were looking from the top of a hill.
Oh.
Um,
Okay, I won't go up there alone. I'm just kind of.
I will go
interested.
with you if you tell me about it.
Here, let me do a very brief drawing here.
This is gonna be a side view.
Probably that might be a little bit. It'll be 3/4, a little bit easier to give you dimensions. So. There's the ridge. Here is hill number 1. Here is hill number 2. And the encampment was like in this area.
Okay.
Um,
So Regan and
Regan and Krios
one
were
and
like
two.
were up here,
Okay.
looking down. They couldn't see at the top of this this cliff though.
Up there. Okay. Alrighty. I think I mentioned.
I mean, it's very
this-
clear in the descriptions that like the mage is camped out above us on the ridge, and like that's the only ridge there.
This mage seems like he could be one of the great thieves amongst this group, and if we leave him unchecked, he might just do it again, and we'd have to do this again.
He does seem to be
a
the
few
key one
months.
in the theft.
So maybe we should question him.
He's probably long gone, but we should go up and investigate anyways.
Sure.
So yeah, you guys like find eventually like a small path that you guys can kind of use to wind your way up there. And at the very tip, like kind of overlooking, like having a very good view of everything down below. There's like a small fireplace. There's like a small tent, and like a barrel. And you creep up, and there's definitely nobody here. You look in. The barrel has like a sack with some flour in it, like obviously some rations and stuff like that. Though that was one other thing I was going to mention. You guys find a total of one ration from each guy, and then another 5 in the camp.
So 9 rations.
Yeah. And you like you look, and it's like it's very clear. The bedroll is missing, and Telemon, you don't see like a spell book anywhere or anything. This guy's not here.
Yeah, he took the necessities and ran. He's not here anymore.
Yeah, some people perhaps took their time down on the bottom of the cliff after the giant fireball.
Yeah. He would have been alerted to us long before we would have known he was even here.
What makes
With
you
with
say
nuclear
that?
bomb
Sarcasmo
going off.
says.
Yes.
Like from this view, you can get a very good picture of the overall radius of that blast. Like you see scorch marks,
Scorch marks everywhere.
like 80 feet out.
Wow. Alrighty. I think we should head back to town and collect a reward.
All right.
Seems to be the case.
You make your way back to town. Do you do anything else? Like, is there like a detect magic roll at some point?
Does Regan still have his true seeing on?
Oh,
Regan
actually,
does.
I can. I thought I already had expended it, but I can cast detect magic. We can do that.
Yeah. Like I imagine you. Do you still have it?
Yeah, I do. I refreshed it when I renewed stuff for the attack. Actually, like when I prepared the attack to get rid of Padine's thing, I went and refreshed it then, so I do have it now. And the answer is 8. I'll forget.
Okay. So, the bracer on Krios' arm is magical. It's radiating with like a faint magical aura, and the jade statue is radiating a faint magical aura.
Cool.
Okay. I also wish to have a
Nothing in the-
discussion when other ones are around about a certain magical item or magical oration from Sir Cosmos' pocket.
Oh, he like looks at you and says, "What? What?
There is something magical in your pocket.
I'm a wizard. A wizard in training. What?
What do you
What-
have?
what's-
You have do you have your like a wand then?
No, I mean, what's the big deal?
I guess it's not a huge deal. I prefer to know if there's something like explosive in your pocket. I do throw a lot of fireballs around.
What makes you say explosive?
Well, I do remember certain grenades of sorts.
Do you now? Your memory seems to be very selective, Telemon. Like he narrows his eyes. And like he pulls
I'm actually not sure I remember about that grenade, but I do know he had one before.
he pulls a what did he have on him?
A vial of boom.
Oh yeah, he pulls like a small little stick, not to be confused with the one. It looks more like an incense burner, like one of those little incense sticks that you light on fire.
Okay. Yep.
Is this what you mean? He just kind of tentatively pulls out of his pouch,
That was
like
magical.
the one single stick. Yeah, it's glowing magical.
It does seem to be. I never thought you run for incense.
Ah, well. I guess you probably wouldn't remember this. You see, you light it on fire, and you blow on it, and it freezes stuff. It's really cool.
I don't remember much about that. That's true.
It was used
It's
to
a
freeze a
useful
certain door.
little trinket then.
Yes.
Out of character, but yeah.
He tucks it back in his pouch. The whole while, his pouch is still glowing magical. If you don't say anything, he just closes the pouch and acts
That's
like
the
everything
only
is
thing
fine.
magical you have in there, though.
What? My spell book, of course. Yes.
I'm sure
Let-
it's not
let-
the only thing.
Move it. Why did you get so nosy, wizard?
Well,
Moving on.
I'm just saying, I would prefer to know if something potentially highly dangerous was housed within my guild halls that I don't know about.
You mean like a wizard who can nearly blow up and kill all of his friends
That's
at a
true.
moment's notice?
Yeah, I guess that's true. That was highly unprecedented. I have no clue why it was. so
Oh
large.
yes, highly unprecedented. That's exactly what I was thinking as I saw my life flash before my eyes. Highly unprecedented. I've never seen this fireball just streak straight towards me. Yes.
My exact thoughts was, "Oh God," and then I teleported to you to try to save you.
Yes, you did do that. Thank you, Master Telemon.
We will have some experimentation with yonder fireball in a more safe environment.
I wouldn't do it anywhere near the villa.
I remember
Or
a
the
certain
town.
lake that's nearby.
That might be better. All right, so we'll end it for there for tonight. Krios, did you eschew a convention of the civilized world?
Did I eschew the convention of the civilized world today? I don't think I necessarily did.
You know, I don't think so either, but I'll give you kudos for acting in character as Krios the whole time. I mean, like, golf clap for being the barbarian. You didn't, like, unfortunately, every time there was probably a chance for you to eschew a convention of the civilized world, somebody sent you to do some sort of menial errand and you were not at the scene. Like, it was just like, barbarian, go lug our heavy chest.
That's kind of unconventional.
In theory, we'll have Golden now, so you could go carouse the next episode.
Yeah, I imagine
yeah.
you'll be
But I
breaking
think
that one
I think
wide
that's in
open.
hundreds of gold though.
Yeah.
That's if you want to have a really good time.
That's only if you want to carouse. You could always buy company or a couple drinks. That's cheaper.
So, how about your bonds? Do you feel like you've worked on any of those thus far?
Okay.
Am I still puny and foolish?
Telemon is dangerous, and his control of the spirits is unreliable. Instead of foolish and puny.
Telemon is. I think if it had just been like a normal spell cast, I might have said, "Let's get this on for another session." But the thing is, he nearly blew all of you to hell, and you had to pull a corpse in front of you to survive. I think it's definitely market say that he's not puny. At least, you can complete that one.
Yeah.
Mark XP.
Sadly, I didn't get to do my special bonus because Tel vaporized them all before I could get there.
Yeah, he did. I was really looking forward to you getting down there because they all had like really low amounts of health, and I was just gonna see the barbarian waste them all. But
Sorry.
nope. Talmon just had to kill them all. Patine, did you avoid a conflict or diffuse a tense situation?
I tried several times. Does that count?
Give me your tries, and we'll
Okay,
see if you did.
One of the things with releasing the horse was just to have them, think that one of their horses got free. That was trying
No,
to
that
successfully
unfortunately
cut.
doesn't. That
So
unfortunately
that was
doesn't
my
count.
attempt. Secondly, the hold person to try to keep him so that we could question him quite profusely, maybe even bring him in for pay punishment through judgment and so forth.
Oh, that unfortunately
I
doesn't
got
count
blown to
either.
pieces, so, I tried hard, but none of them came through. So.
Sorry about that one.
Bonds. I've got a couple here I could kind of go with. one I'm really leaning towards is the Regan one. Regan is a good teacher. I will continue to learn from him. I think I'm pretty much. You notice a couple times during this session I referred to him as only Regan and not Master, because I'm moving away from him being insane, driven insane by his trip to the underworld or wherever he went. So I'm looking to move that on to something like Regan is senile or confused or baffled or something along those lines.
All right, I haven't seen a definitive mark away from it though. However,
Okay.
do you think so?
I was edging that way this time, so I think next time I'll probably even confront him with it.
Yeah, I think maybe next time would be the definitive sort of thing. But yeah, you're definitely setting yourself up for that one. I can see that.
Let's see, what other one? I think that's about it. That was probably the one I was furthest along with. Even Telemon moved pretty heavily on that on the rash one though, with the fireball in my mind. But I mean, my magics weren't doing so great either, so I'm kind of confused on what's really happening there. So
Yeah.
I
Let
don't
me.
know. If that happened on its own without my stuff going on, I think I could definitely fulfill that one right with that shot.
Let's see here, Regan's stuff. Did he endanger himself to further the reach of his deity? Do you guys think he did? I don't know that he did.
Can't think of anything right now.
I don't think so either. Oh wow, he's sitting at 13 of 13 XP though. Good for him.
Oh, cool. Good stuff.
How about his bonds?
Oh, that's dangerous.
Telemon was set in his ways before and resisted helping my goals. I'm working on converting Padine to my faith. It turns out he's for that one could like
I think we're both
finish when you
We're both
if you like
Yep.
officially.
Look for grand summons. That's all I can say.
Yep. All right, so no additional ones for Regan. Telemon, did you use magic to directly aid another?
I cool down Padine and try to eliminate his gigantic light beam.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm also going to make like an exception here. In that even if that hadn't counted, you most definitely used the magic of the cloak to save poor Sargasmos' life.
For sure.
Like that's not normally a use of magic, but I'm gonna say it was for this session. How about your bonds? I think Regan is still overly worried about death. Does Padine seem to have a solid head on his shoulders?
For the most part, well, he spent the most of the episode being sick, but
Yeah.
it seems fine to me. For the most part, I mean,
Yeah, I don't think
I
any.
failed
I don't
to
think
mention
any.
that the spell would end if he attacked something, but that's my fault, not his.
Yeah, I think maybe no movement on your bonds yet.
Yep.
But wow, yeah, Telemon just vaporized it. A shit ton of people. What's new?
I only expected to get one when I threw the fireball.
That fireball, man. I mean, like it was a small camp. Let's see here. Did we learn something new and important about the world today?
Let's see. The only thing I can think of that we're learning about is that Mage Brennan, who's involved in some kind of plot. But that's
Plot?
Seems
Not
like
sure.
it.
Give me evidence of a plot.
He was paid to do a job, and then we kind of blew them all to bits.
Oh, he wasn't the one leading them. Okay, never mind then. I
Yeah,
misunderstood that a little bit.
He basically was hired as a specialist.
Okay, gotcha.
And they seem to be normal thieves, even if they like normal thieves in as much as they didn't kill anybody. So that's looking like a no. Do we overcome a notable monster or enemy? I don't think so.
Nope.
Do we loot a memorable treasure? I don't think so either.
Few magic items, we don't know what they do yet.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, are they notable if you don't know what they do? Can we answer that?
It
Oh, really?
depends.
They're probably not, but then again, that means we're going to be basically trying to calculate stuff on previous loots from previous sessions.
Yeah. So, huh.
I think, well, since Krios already put one of them on, I would think that would, if that was at all memorable, then it would count. If it's not as memorable as the Jade thing, then we still have
Well, the
yet
thing
to
is,
find out
like,
about it.
what if it's something like some sort of completely mundane effect? Would you guys consider that like memorable?
No.
All right, so I think what we'll do is when you guys find out the effect, I know this is contrary to what we were doing before, but you guys don't have Enchanter now. When you guys find out the effect, we can decide if it's like a memorable treasure. Like
Alright.
if it's simply just like another orb of finding, I don't know that that's a memorable treasure. Do you? Like,
No. Yeah,
all right, so I think that's probably the best way to do it. So like if you guys figure out what it does next session, we'll award XP for it.
Okay. Yeah, if it gives them like hack and slash with advantage, that would be definitely memorable.
We have bracers to do that already. Ray bracer. It's just that it has something else with it going.
Well,
on.
a gauntlet.
Oh, that's one of the effects of that gauntlet.
Well, the gauntlet gives you advantage on strength and dex rolls, and disadvantage
Nice,
on
okay.
int and whiz.
Cool.
All right, well, that's the session tonight. I know
Level
we
up
went
for Tel and Regan.
nice. I know we went a little bit over, but on the other hand, we basically knocked out an entire adventure in
Yeah,
one session. That's
true.
kind of cool.
See, tomorrow I won't be here.
All right. An advantage of our new way of doing things is like you cannot be here tomorrow, and the story will move on, and like
Yep.
you can just jump back in, and it'll be basically seamless. I think.
Cool. And are we doing a Saturday session?
Yep.
Alrighty. So I'll be here for that.
Awesome. All right.
Oh,
Well,
Stop the recording.
Stopped me from it.
thanks.